Chapter 11:14. After stopping Zichin, the spirit-devouring rat told him what had just happened as quickly as possible. Looking at the hall in front of him, Zichin said, "You mean that this castle is controlled by someone? Although I'm not sure, this is the only explanation that makes sense." The spirit-devouring rat said, "Could it be him?" Zichin frowned. "Who?" "That young man. You've all seen him before. The last 2 times I entered the castle I saw him. Have you seen him?" The devil ape and Zhang Haotian shook their heads. "He's the master of this world and controls the rules. If there's really someone tampering with this castle, it can only be him." In this world, the young man was naturally the strongest. Zichen's guess was very reasonable. But if it's really him, why did he let so many people die? The spirit-devouring rat asked the question in its heart. "Maybe he was bored," Zichin said. "Bored?" Everyone was puzzled. Zichin explained, "A person has lived alone for countless years. It's inevitable that his temperament will become strange. Perhaps in his opinion, all of this is just for fun. Killing people for fun." This explanation didn't make sense, but some things couldn't be explained with reason. "So far, has anyone entered?" Zichin asked. The spirit-devouring rat nodded and said, "Yes, someone has already entered the hall." Zichin said, "Since someone has entered, I'll go in and take a look. You guys wait outside in case there's really a sudden change." Everyone nodded. Zichen's essence, energy, spirit, strength, essence, and mind were all perfect. As long as someone could enter, Zichin would naturally be able to enter. Zichin and the others came forward. Wherever they passed, others would make way. During this period of time, many cultivators had died on this part of the road in the castle, but the entire road was still clean and tidy. As soon as he entered the ancient castle, Zichin felt a wave of pressure that targeted his spiritual senses. It was as if thousands of sharp blades were stabbing into his spiritual senses, making Zichin feel uncomfortable. In his sea of consciousness, his spiritual senses trembled and then formed a tough, defensive light shield. The defensive light shield was inside the sea of consciousness and couldn't be seen from the outside. Therefore, in the eyes of the crowd, Zichin easily walked through these paths and reached the front of the hall. Seeing Zichin pass through, Devil Ape and the others didn't say anything, nor did they cheer. They just watched quietly. In the main hall, when the cultivators who were advancing saw Zichin, their expressions immediately changed. "Oh no, Zichin is here. Hurry up and leave. Hurry up. If we don't leave now, Zichin will take it away." The appearance of Zichin had caused a small disturbance among the cultivators in the hall. They deliberately sped up, causing their footsteps to become disorderly. Bang! A cultivator was moving forward when flames suddenly burst out from his body. In the blink of an eye, the flames covered his entire body, and he began to scream. The flames exploded, and the cultivator's body was cut into countless pieces. Bang! Bang! Immediately after, the second and third cultivators were too excited and didn't adjust their footsteps properly. They were swallowed by the flames, and their bodies exploded. The echoes of the explosions still echoed in the hall. The others all slowed down and focused on the test again. Before Zichin even entered, 3 people had already died. This was the first time people had died in the hall. Zichin stepped forward. His elemental energy and physical strength were all sealed, and a mysterious force suppressed his spiritual senses. Everything was as Zichin had guessed. The 3 halls each had their own specialization, which represented power, elemental energy, and spiritual sense. "Zichin, you've already obtained 2 halls. Why are you still fighting with us for this one?" A voice sounded from the front. It was a cultivator who spoke with dissatisfaction. He was so excited when Zichin entered that he almost died. Zichin asked, "There's a limit to the number of these things. Isn't it based on strength? Who gets who? That's true, but you should be content with what you have. You've already obtained 2 halls, and now you want to fight with us?" Don't you think you're being too greedy? Another voice sounded. Zichen didn't stop. He continued forward and said mockingly, "Then what are you saying? Go back and don't touch this hall again. Even though we're being a bit too harsh, you can't just take all the good stuff and not leave anything for us. That's right. You should know that the Boundless sect isn't the only one here. You can't not leave anything for us." When he heard these voices, the smile on Zichen's face gradually disappeared. He said indifferently, "What you're saying isn't just a bit harsh, it's extremely harsh. Opportunities in the cultivation world have always been based on strength. Whoever has the strength gets it." "That's true, but there should be a limit." "Limit? What do you mean by limit? If I give up, then it's limit. Even if I give up, can you guarantee that you'll be able to reach the stone table?" Zichen sneered. Everyone was stunned, but they couldn't say anything, because what Zichen said was right. Even if he gave up, they wouldn't be able to reach the stone table. Seeing that no one was speaking, Zichen said mockingly, "You can't reach the stone table, but you want me to give up? You can't get it, but you don't want me to get it. Do you want this hall to disappear on its own? Or do you think that it's better that no one gets it?" No one said anything. Everyone continued to remain silent. Zichen said again, "If you don't say anything, then it means that you're agreeing. Is that what you're thinking? Or do you think that I can take out the items and let you distribute them as you please? That way, you'll remember me as a favor." Everyone fell silent again. No matter how shameless they were, they couldn't say this out loud. At most, they could only think about it. However, some people wanted to agree. They felt that this was a good idea. At most, they just owe him a favor. "Not just anyone can owe me, Zichen, a favor. Furthermore, you all already owe me a favor for being able to come here." Zichen said coldly, "Strength is the foundation of everything. Even if I give you the items, can you guarantee that you can take them out alive? Therefore, since you don't have the strength, the best choice is to shut up." Zichen's expression turned increasingly cold as he stepped forward. Many of the people here had entered early, but they only walked a few dozen steps in the hall before stopping. This was because they had already used all their strength and reached the limit of what their spiritual senses could bear. If they continued, they would die. Zichen withstood the pressure and walked forward step by step, appearing extremely relaxed. There were less than 5 people present who could continue forward. The perfect body's spiritual senses weren't weak, but he stopped when he was about 10 steps away from the stone table. He was sweating profusely and his mind was weak. He was unable to continue forward. "I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore." The perfect body panted heavily as he sat down, announcing his failure. Zichen walked past him and said with a smile, "You happen to have time now. You can take a look at the 6 weapons." The perfect body's eyes lit up when he heard that. He asked, "You still want to give them to me?" Zichen said, "Give me something of equivalent value in exchange." At that moment, he was clearly extremely confident in obtaining the hall in front of him. The perfect body had already seen the 6 ancient armaments. Upon hearing Zichen's words, he looked at the 6 ancient armaments again. These 6 ancient armaments were very strange and small. The first one on the left was a bracelet that flickered with pure light like black jade. The second was a pair of earrings that were half the size of the bracelet. They were also pure black and shone like black gemstones. The third item was a black ribbon, but it wasn't tied around the waist. Instead, it was tied to the forehead. It was also black and extraordinary. It was a rare item. As for the 3 ancient armaments on the other side, they were also 3 strange accessories. However, one could tell from the surface that they couldn't be used to attack. Strictly speaking, they were no longer ancient armaments. They were accessories used to suppress spiritual senses. They were considered mystical items. Such mystical items were extremely precious because spiritual senses were the most special kind of power. In the world, there were at least 10,000 or even 100,000 techniques for strength and essence energy. However, There were less than 10,000 techniques that used spiritual senses to activate them. Something that could suppress and strengthen spiritual senses was something that even large factions couldn't create. It was extremely rare. Just as the perfect body was thinking about which item to ask for, Zi-Chen surpassed another person. It was the Dragon Man. The latter nodded when he saw Zi-Chen. Then he wiped the sweat off his forehead and sat cross-legged, no longer moving forward. Of the three halls, Zi-Chen advanced the easiest. This was because he had perfect spiritual senses. As for the spiritual senses test, it was clearly less difficult than the other two. Following that, Zi-Chen surpassed Ape Dragon. The one walking at the front was actually Monk Ming Xan. However, he was clearly about to reach his limit. Every step he took appeared very difficult. Behind him, the cultivators who had made Zi-Chen stop had long reached their limits. Although they were unwilling, they could only watch helplessly as Zi-Chen surpassed Monk Ming Xan and became first. Amitabha. From the looks of it, this penniless monk isn't fated with this item. Monk Ming Xan pressed his palms together. Zi-Chen returned the gesture. Thank you for your acknowledgement, master. Monk Ming Xan shook his head and smiled. In Zi-Chen's eyes, Monk Ming Xan was clearly more of a benevolent monk than monk good and evil. Everyone stopped advancing, leaving only Zi-Chen. Clearly, this hall belonged to Zi-Chen. It was already in the bag, so Zi-Chen should be relieved. However, the truth was that after Zi-Chen surpassed Monk Ming Xan, he suddenly felt a sense of pressure. Apart from the pressure, there was also an inexplicable, dangerous aura. This level suppressed spiritual senses. He could extend his spiritual senses. After sensing the inexplicable, dangerous aura, he immediately sent a voice transmission to Demon Ape and company, indicating for them to be careful. Zi-Chen's voice transmission was very solemn. Su Mengyao and company looked at each other and began retreating. Zi-Chen began moving forward. Regardless of where the dangerous aura came from, he had to make the hall recognize him as its master. Although the rest of the journey was stressful, it wasn't difficult for Zi-Chen. Soon, he arrived in front of the stone table. Chapter 11:15. A powerful force descended, bringing with it the unique power of this world's laws. Under this force, everyone seemed to be frozen, unable to move at all. Zi-Chen's movements also became sluggish because of this. Finally, he stopped. At this moment, he was only a finger away from the black token. One finger in the horizon. How does it feel to be so close to getting it and then losing it? A cold voice sounded in the hall, like teleportation, for demons suddenly appeared in the hall. Two of them were demon sovereigns. Hearing the voice, Zi-Chen knew who it was. His expression changed instantly. At the same time, he finally understood what he had forgotten. It was the two demon sovereigns. They did not leave. Instead, they used some unknown method to avoid the young man. Now that they appeared, they were definitely going to cause trouble. Zi-Chen and the others could not move, but the prince was not affected at all. He strode forward, passing cultivators one by one, and walked toward the token. With the suppression of the laws, the test power in the hall disappeared. The prince walked to the token easily, but he did not take it. Instead, he turned around and stared at Zi-Chen. His expression was proud and arrogant. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It was a sinister smile. Zi-Chen, we meet again. Yes, we meet again. Zi-Chen could not move, but he could speak. His voice was indifferent. Meeting in this way is probably beyond your expectations. How is it? How does it feel to get everything and lose everything in the blink of an eye, including your life? I'm not dead yet. Don't worry, we will fulfill your wish soon. Smiling coldly at Zi-Chen, the prince turned around and looked at the two demon sovereigns again. He bowed respectfully and said, Lord Demon Sovereigns, how should we deal with these people? The demon sovereigns said coldly, naturally they will die. As soon as they finished speaking, a powerful force wreaked havoc in the hall. This force formed a powerful attack, like thousands of sharp blades, sweeping across the entire hall. Bang! Bang! As this force fell, explosions sounded in the hall. Facing this level of attack, some cultivators could not withstand it. Their bodies exploded and they died. In the blink of an eye, 60% of the cultivators in the hall died. At the same time, all the cultivators in the passage outside the hall died. An uproar came from the outside world, and many cultivators shouted as they frantically retreated. Demon Sovereign, it's those 2 demon sovereigns. They didn't die. They actually made it here. Hurry up and leave. The group of cultivators retreated in fear, preparing to flee. Back then, when the 2 demon sovereigns appeared, they had beaten the group of spirits like dogs. Only Zichen could resist them. Now that they had appeared, they were naturally no match for them. At this moment, a cold voice rang out from the sky. No one can leave today. Everyone will die. A powerful aura descended, covering the surroundings. Everyone felt their movements become restricted, and their speed dropped by 50%. Following this, a massive black palm descended from the sky, slamming downwards. This single palm strike encompassed more than 10 humans. Among them, there were even a few demons. However, the demon lord did not care at all. As the palm print descended, a powerful energy exploded out, and the pitch-black palm print instantly turned into a destructive storm. All of the humans and demons within the range of the palm print were annihilated. Of the 2 demon sovereigns, one stayed in the hall, while the other went to the outside world and began to kill crazily. In the hall, just as the powerful energy was wreaking havoc, Zichen's body suddenly flashed with a bright golden light. He seized this opportunity to forcefully break through the restriction of the rules, and then grabbed the black token in front of him. Stop! You're courting death. The power and aura on Zichen's body alarmed the prince and the demon sovereign. The 2 of them shouted one after another. Then the demon sovereign pointed at Zichen, and the prince grabbed the token. Another binding energy appeared on Zichen's body. It contained the power of the rules. This energy was purely binding and did not have any destructive power. Scram! Zichen was less than a finger's distance from the black token. Naturally, he was much closer than the prince. Unfortunately, his body was bound, and his speed was greatly reduced. The prince was much faster than him, so he shouted. The prince looked at Zichen with sarcasm on his face. At a glance, he saw the extremely dense, murderous intent in Zichen's eyes. This murderous intent was like 2 sharp blades, fiercely stabbing at his eyes. This stab seemed to pierce through his eyes into the depths of his sea of consciousness. The prince's heart immediately turned cold. Then, a sense of danger appeared from the bottom of his heart. It was as if Zichen's glare could kill him. His heart turned cold, and his body trembled. His hand that was grabbing the token involuntarily slowed down. Bang! At this moment, another tremor was heard. Zichen, who was emitting a bright golden light, actually forcefully broke through the binding energy and then grabbed the black token. After grabbing the black token, it immediately recognized him as its master. Zichen already had the experience of having the black token recognize him as its master twice. This time, with deliberate preparation, the black token recognized him as its master even faster. At the moment when the black token recognized him as its master, Zichen's eyes turned cold. The token in his hand also bloomed with a bright light in the next moment. Flames suddenly spewed out from the surface of the hall. The flames were like agile fire serpents, entangling the 3 demons. The fire serpents were mobilized by Zichen's control of the token. The moment they appeared, Zichen activated the function of the token, so that the demon's demonic power was instantly sealed, and he could only use his spiritual thoughts. Mere spiritual thoughts were unable to resist the fire serpents. Therefore, his body was hit by the fire serpents, and in the next moment he was burned along with the fire serpents. The demon's body was ignited by the flames. The blazing heat was also filled with powerful, destructive power. The demon's body was quickly melting under the flames like ice, and his vitality was quickly draining away. To be able to follow the prince and be responsible for protecting him, his true strength was at the Earth Origin Realm. Moreover, he had gone a long way in the Earth Origin Realm, so he could be considered a powerhouse in the Earth Origin Realm. If it was outside, he could kill Zichen with just a finger. However, in this place his realm was forcibly suppressed, and he could not use the power of the rules. He could not do anything to these flames. He let out a painful howl. His body, which had been ignited by the flames, suddenly released an aura that caused one to tremble. His eyes were completely red, and his entire being seemed extremely crazy. The moment he appeared, his powerful and tyrannical aura locked onto Zichen. This was the aura of the Earth Origin Realm. In the face of a life and death crisis, he no longer suppressed his realm. After his realm was unsealed, the first person he wanted to kill was Zichen. However, as soon as he released his aura, the power of the rules in the hall began to surge. The surging power of the rules instantly turned into a long sword, and then the long sword slashed towards the demon. A thin white line rushed towards the demon, and then it swept past the demon and disappeared after a few meters. The flames on the demon dissipated instantly, and so did the powerful aura in his body. The crazy expression on his face froze, and his body fell to the ground behind him. With a bang, his body was split into two, and his internal organs flowed out from his body. With one dead, the fire serpent rushed towards the other two. The demon had the power of the rules, and the fire serpent could not pass through it. It could only wreak havoc on the surface of the demon, but it could not do anything to the demon. The prince's body was also ignited in the next moment, and he let out a shrill scream. The demon flashed to the prince's side, grabbed him, and retreated. As they retreated, the power of the rules appeared and forcibly expelled the flames on the prince's body. Facing Zichen's counterattack, one died and two retreated. In the outside world, the slaughter was still going on. Facing the demon, who controlled the power of the rules, they could not muster up any fighting spirit. They could only run and wait for death. The demon ape and the others slowed down. Knowing that they could not escape, they gathered together to ensure that they had the strongest combat power. Perhaps it was because the demon felt threatened, or for some other reason. But in any case, it did not attack them. I wonder how Zichen is doing. This demon can control the power of the rules. I'm afraid this is not good. Their faces were filled with worry. While they were on guard against the demon, they also looked at the ancient castle from time to time. Bang! Suddenly, a loud sound came from the ancient castle. The sound was like thunder, and in the next moment, two figures flew out of the ancient castle. To be precise, they flew out backward. And in the process of flying, there was a line of blood in the air. That is, seeing the two people flying backward, the demon ape and the others were surprised. But soon, they were pleasantly surprised, because the ones who flew out were the demon and the prince. The deafening sound reverberated throughout the land, attracting everyone's attention. When they saw the demon king being sent flying, their faces were clearly filled with shock. The demon outside stopped killing. He turned to look at the demon who was crawling up from the ground and asked, "What happened?" The demon who crawled up had blood at the corner of his mouth. Apparently he was injured. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said coldly, "This person is very strong." Strong? How strong? Could it be that he can break through the power of the rules? The demon took a large step forward, and the two of them fought side by side. The ancient castle in front of them suddenly shrank before disappearing. Zichen and company appeared where the ancient castle was. Previously, the demon had already launched an attack. More than 60% of the cultivators in the hall had died, but those who survived were all experts, such as Ming Xan, the Perfect Body, and the others. At that moment, they were led by Zichen. Their faces were clearly filled with shock. This was because Zi-Chun had broken through the power of the rules on the demon's body with a single finger and sent him flying out of the ancient castle. I never expected an anomaly like you to exist among humans. However, you will definitely die today, the injured demon said coldly. Zi-Chun said confidently, I'm invincible among those of the same level. Humph! Let's see if you're invincible in a battle. The second demon shouted as a defense, formed by the power of the rules, surged around his body. Then he launched a sharp attack at Zi-Chun. Zi-Chun's response was very simple. He only tapped his finger. Of course, it was the most powerful lightning god's finger. The finger bone appeared and fused with the sky finger as it pointed at the demon. Pum! The demon's attack was instantly dispersed by the finger. The might of the lightning god's finger didn't decrease as it shattered the law barrier on the other party's body before tapping the demon's chest. Uft! A bloody hole appeared in the demon's chest. The powerful force sent the demon flying. Chapter 11:16. Breaking the rules with one finger and defeating the demon lord. Zi-Chun's powerful combat power shocked everyone. The demon lord had been killing everyone in seconds, but now he was injured by Zi-Chun's finger. He flew hundreds of meters away, blood gushing out from the hole in his chest. What is that? He stared at the bone that seemed to be eroding, but actually contained incredible power. Light flashed in his eyes. He is stronger than before. The second demon lord stepped forward, and the two stood side by side again. He represents the strongest combat power of the human race. Even in our era, such a figure was the best among the same level. There were few who could match him. Today, it seems that we have to work together to kill him. He is very strong, but he will die if he meets us here. I am just curious about the bone he used just now. It looks like something from back then. After we kill him, we can take it back and study it carefully. In the distance, everyone looked over and saw the two demon lords standing side by side. After a short exchange, the hole in the demon lord's chest had stopped bleeding and recovered. Then, the two joined forces to attack Zi-Chun. Billowing demon chi surged in the sky like black clouds, and the surroundings turned pitch black in an instant. This was the magic that everyone in the demon race knew. Demon swallowing the world. Now that the demon lord was using it, its power was even stronger. The black clouds of demon chi not only blocked vision and suppressed spiritual thoughts, but there was also a devouring power in the black clouds which could devour life. Zi-Chun released a bright golden light from his body like a god of war, illuminating an area of 10 meters. Within these 10 meters it was his space. The black clouds of demon chi could not enter at all. Once they touched the golden light, the black clouds of demon chi would naturally melt. The two demon lords rushed into the black clouds of demon chi one after another, displaying their powerful attacks. Two pitch-black, sharp blades slashed at Zi-Chun like blades that could split the sky. The sharp blades were powerful and brutal with a murderous aura. Boom! Zi-Chun's eyes flashed, and the yin-yang eye appeared. He formed a thunder seal in his hand and sent it forward. The thunder seal left his control and suddenly enlarged into a mountain. It hit the two sharp blades, shattering them at the same time. Using the destructive force of the lightning seal's explosion, Zi-Chun flapped his lightning wings and retreated. Then he made another seal with his hands. The light of yin and yang flashed, and the power of yin and yang appeared. A golden sun and a half-moon appeared one after another and rushed towards the two demon venerables. With the yin-yang eye, the devil swallow the world was useless against Zi-Chun. He could clearly see the demon lord's every move and attack within the devil chi. Thus he could counter it and counterattack. Within the black clouds of demonic chi, explosions rang out continuously as wave after wave of energy shook the black clouds. The entire black clouds began to boil, and occasionally rays of light would pierce through the black clouds. Everyone nervously looked at Yin. Zi-Chun's victory or defeat directly affected their life and death. so no matter whether they had any grudges with Zichen or not, they all hoped that Zichen would win. How is it? Su Mengyao and the others were undoubtedly the most concerned about Zichen. At this moment, they all turned their gazes to the devil ape. The devil ape had been staring at the battlefield, watching every move of the two sides. Although they have been retreating, they have not lost yet. I think they are looking for an opportunity to use the Thunder God's finger. As soon as the devil ape's voice faded, a tyrannical aura was emitted from the black clouds of demonic chi. The endless black clouds began to tremble as rays of light escaped from the black clouds. It was like a pitch-black ball that was suddenly pierced by thousands of rays of sword light. Boom! The black clouds of demonic chi directly exploded. Powerful energy waves raged in the sky, causing the void to tremble and space to distort. The two demon venerables figures flew out from the tyrannical energy like kites with broken strings. The two of them were constantly coughing out blood, and there were many wounds on their bodies. They looked extremely miserable. Die! A loud roar came from the energy. The energy vibrated as Zichen took a step forward. His eyes were cold, and they were like sharp blades that constantly cut the two demon venerables. He pointed his finger, and the Thunder God's finger appeared again. The void trembled as the Thunder God's finger appeared. Terrifying divine power appeared from the sky, raging on the earth, and merged with the finger bone. The Thunder God's finger contained a trace of divine power and became extremely terrifying. The rule light shield on the demon venerables was instantly shattered. Another bloody hole appeared in his chest. This time, the bloody hole completely penetrated his heart. After the attack, before the finger bone flew back, Zichen formed another seal with his hand, and the second finger was pointed out by him. Immediately after, as the finger seal fell, the second demon venerable's chest was also pierced by the finger seal. A bloody hole appeared in the body of a demon venerables with just one finger. Zichen's actions at this moment were no different from a god in the eyes of the crowd. Deafening cries of surprise rang out like waves, wave after wave. In the eyes of the crowd, Zichen had won this battle, and Zichen's victory indicated that they had won. However, in Zichen's eyes, the battle had just begun. The two demon venerables were able to mobilize the rule power and evade the young man's perception. How could their means be limited to this? The devil ape and the others were also not optimistic. The other party could mobilize the rule power, but only used it for defense and not attack. Once they attacked, the power was simply unimaginable. They were already strong, and if they were to add the rule power, they would undoubtedly be a powerful Earth Yuan realm cultivator. In the distance, the prince looked at the scene coldly. He was indifferent to the demon venerable's loss because he knew that the loss was only temporary. The two demon venerables soared into the sky, and their eyes became extremely cold as they looked at Zichen. "I admit that you are strong, but this is the end," said one of the demon venerables coldly. Then he pointed at Zichen with one hand. The power of the rules of the world fluctuated as he pointed his finger. The power of the rules of the world was like thousands of threads that came from all directions, gathering and condensing in front of his fingertip. In the blink of an eye, a long sword formed by the rule power appeared in front of the demon venerables. As the finger trembled, the rule long sword rushed toward Zichen. The long sword was not fast, but its power was unimaginable. Facing this rule sword light, Zichen's expression became extremely serious. He pointed his finger again and blocked it with the Thunder God's finger. Boom! The Thunder God's finger hit the rule long sword, and the two collided violently. Under the raging power, the Thunder God's finger exploded, but the rule long sword also shattered at the same time. Zichen had unexpectedly blocked the attack, but just as he blocked the attack, another rule long sword appeared and slashed toward Zichen. The sword light flashed, and Zichen's defense was instantly broken. At the same time, a bloody wound appeared on his powerful body. If he had not used his extreme speed to dodge at the critical moment, Zichen would have been cut in half by this attack. You can even block the rule power. It seems that your finger bone is extraordinary. If we were alone, we would not be able to do anything to you. But with the two of us together, you will die for sure. The demon venerables sneered. They looked at Zichen with increasingly cold eyes, as if they were looking at a dead man. Zichen did not say anything. He continued to use his cultivation method to heal his injuries, although he was injured by the rule power. Fortunately, the rule power did not attach to the wound, so the injury could be healed easily. Go to hell! However, the two demon lords clearly did not give him any time to recover. They controlled the power of rules to launch another attack. This time, there was not only the sword light of rules, but there was also the power of rules that landed on Zichen in advance. It was like a large net that bound him, greatly reducing his speed and slowing his reactions. Uft! Uft! The sword light fell, and 2 more wounds appeared on Zichen's body. He was also sent, flying far away. Facing the joint attack of the two, Zichen no longer had the power to fight back. Get lost! Seeing Zichen flying, the demon venerables chased after him. The demon ape roared and flew into the sky with the black rod. The runes on the black rod flashed, and a powerful and terrifying aura began to fluctuate. Zhang Haoqian also took out the stone sword and launched a sure-kill attack at the other demon venerables. The 2 demon venerables stopped and looked coldly at the 2 approaching people. Then they controlled the rule power to attack. In an instant, many rule blades appeared between heaven and earth, shooting towards the 2 at extreme speed. The 2 rushed forward quickly, but flew back even faster. In the face of the rule power, the 2 could only block a few of them. The rest of the rule power fell on their bodies, and then there were several bloody holes on their bodies. Controlling the rule power means that you are invincible. All counterattacks are useless. Just wait to die. The demon venerable's cold eyes fell on Zichen and said, "Of course, before killing everyone, we will kill you first." As soon as they finished speaking, the rule blades appeared again and slashed toward Zichen. The 2 demon venerables mobilized more and more rule power, and Zichen could not block them all. With a puffed sound, the thunder god's finger was broken by the rule power, and several bloody holes appeared on Zichen's body. Zichen coughed out large mouthfuls of blood and was sent flying again. Facing such an attack, he only had one chance to counterattack, or rather, one chance to defend. Once the finger seal was shattered, Zichen would suffer other attacks. Controlling the rule power means that you are invincible. The demon venerable's proud voice sounded again. That was right. Everyone agreed that those who controlled the rule power could easily kill those who didn't. This was the most fundamental difference between the Earth Essence realm and the Human Essence realm. This difference was comparable to the heavens and the earth. It was impossible to cross. Zichen, who was severely injured time and time again, confirmed this point. The perfect body and company also rushed forward, but it was useless. If they didn't use the rule power, they would still be a threat to the demon venerables. But once they used the rule power, the demon venerables were invincible. The perfect body and company went forward to help. Only Longhu remained standing in his spot, staring coldly at the demon venerables without stepping forward. He seemed to be deep in thought. Zichen was sent flying time and time again, vomiting blood. He didn't step forward to help, but his eyes grew brighter and brighter. Suddenly, a light flashed through Longhu's mind. He said loudly, "Controlling the rule power is indeed an invincible existence, but you can't kill Zichen. This proves that you are only using the rule power and not truly controlling it." The demon venerables glanced at Longhu with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Although using the rule power and controlling the rule power were different, and the meaning was very different, it was definitely not something an ordinary person could tell. No one present could understand this, but Longhu's sovereign suddenly pointed it out. "That's right. We are only using the rule power. Although we can't control all the rule power, it's enough to kill you people." Chapter 11:17. Longhu said that borrowing the power of laws didn't make one truly invincible. That was very reasonable. Just like the Earth origin realm experts of the Tianwu continent, they also borrowed the power of laws. Once their power reached a certain limit, they would be able to break the laws they borrowed and kill Earth origin realm experts. However, understanding this principle didn't mean that they had the power to break the laws. The demon sovereign sneered, "That's right. However, where are you going to find something to break the laws? That bone, it's possible to use it, but how many of those do you have?" Everyone was speechless. They knew the method, but without power, everything was useless. "Today, all of you will die. No one will live." With that, the demon venerable pointed a finger at Zichen again. The sword light of laws shot toward Zichen's forehead. The demon sovereign was clearly going for the kill. Furthermore, there were many threads of laws around Zichen, which greatly slowed him down. Dodging the attack of laws was impossible. The only way was to block it. Zichen roared and raised his finger with difficulty. Finally, before the power of laws approached, he released the finger bone once more. The finger bone wasn't able to fuse with the lightning god's finger in time. It could only block the attack of laws. Pum! The attack of laws hit the finger bone. With a loud bang, the finger bone was sent flying out of Zichen's control. As for the power of laws, it also dissipated after the finger bone was sent flying for dozens of meters. Zichen blocked another attack, but there was no joy on his face. At the same time, the devil ape and the others weren't happy at all. On the contrary, they desperately charged toward the demon sovereign, wanting to stop him from attacking again. This was because everyone could see that Zichen had lost his phalanx. Now that he was seriously injured and had to face a nomological attack again, there was only death waiting for him. The devil ape and the others charged forward. One of the demon sovereigns merely waved his sleeve at them. It looked like he was swatting away flies. The power of laws formed a storm around the demon sovereign. A powerful force wreaked havoc around him. The devil ape and the others were just about to charge forward when they were attacked by the storm of laws. In the next moment, they coughed up blood and were sent flying. As for the second demon sovereign, he calmly pointed a finger at Zichen. The power of laws condensed again, turning into sword light that shot towards Zichen's forehead. In fact, the difference between the first sword light and the second sword light was less than a breath's worth of time. Even if the devil ape and the others all rushed forward, they did not cause any trouble for the demon lord. The finger bone lost control and flew far away. Zichen was also heavily injured. In the eyes of the crowd, there was no chance for him to survive against the sword light. The demon ape and the others let out roars of unwillingness. The prince stood in the distance and sneered. The princess and the middle-aged demon also stood in the distance, watching all of this with indifferent expressions. The others had complicated expressions on their faces. Some were frightened, some were unwilling, some were in despair, but there seemed to be a trace of happiness in their hearts. In the face of impending death, Zichen's expression was strangely calm. At the same time, he was thinking of all kinds of ways to resist. It looked like he was making a final struggle. In such a short time, Zichen did not have the time to think of a better way. In fact, Zichen did not have any other way at the moment. He mobilized all the power in his body. His arms seemed to be holding up 2 divine mountains. He raised them with great difficulty, then crossed his hands and blocked the area between his eyebrows before the sword light of laws arrived. This was not an effective way of defense, nor was it carefully calculated. It was a subconscious way of saving himself in the face of a life-and-death threat. At the moment, Zichen blocked the area between his eyebrows with both hands. If the sword light of laws suddenly changed direction and stabbed or slashed at Zichen's neck, it would easily pierce a bloody hole in Zichen's neck, or it would directly cut off Zichen's head. It seemed that the demon sovereign disdained to change the way of attack, or perhaps he was very confident in his attack. The sword light of laws pierced Zi Chen's hands. Pong! As imagined, the sword light of laws would pierce through Zi Chen's hands and then pierce through the area between his eyebrows. Instead, the sword light of laws seemed to have pierced something hard. It actually caused a tremor and then collapsed. As for Zi Chen, he was also sent flying by a powerful force. As he flew, he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. This was caused by the powerful shockwave, but it was not a fatal wound. To be more precise, Zi Chen had blocked the attack and was still alive. Whether it was his hand or the space between his eyebrows, there were no wounds. Zi Chen was not dead. He had blocked the attack. However, no one knew how he had blocked the attack. After flying hundreds of meters, Zi Chen's face was also full of doubts. He put down his hands and looked at his palms. At the moment, there was only a black boxing glove that had hastily appeared on his hands. There were also some white marks on the black boxing glove, which seemed to be caused by the sword light of laws just now. In the face of certain death, Zi Chen had not died and was not injured. This surprised the two demon sovereigns, but they did not care too much. This was because they could still launch attacks like the one before many times. Zi Chen was lucky enough to be able to avoid it once, but it was impossible to avoid it every time. Therefore, another attack appeared and shot toward Zi Chen's glabella again. Zi Chen still did not understand how he had dodged the previous attack. A new round of attacks arrived. Similarly, this attack was also a life-or-death attack. As the finger bone had not been retracted, he raised his hand again and defended like before. Of course, the black boxing glove, which was the most likely to defend against the sword light of laws, was still there. Bang! The sword light of laws hit Zi Chen's hands again. Then the power of laws began to wreak havoc and destroy. The black boxing glove was the first to face the power of laws. The flame patterns on the glove suddenly lit up as if the flames were completely burning. As soon as the power of laws came into contact with the burning flame patterns, it seemed to have met its nemesis and instantly dissipated. After the tremor, Zi Chen was sent flying again, but he was still alive. Just like before, there was not a single wound on his body. If the first time was a coincidence, then the second time was obviously out of the realm of coincidence. Zi Chen dodged the two attacks as if he had the help of God. Everyone felt that it was unbelievable, but Zi Chen felt that he had understood something. The two demon sovereigns did not understand why. Suddenly, Long Hu's excited voice sounded. Ancient weapon, it's an ancient weapon. It's a product of this world. It's tough enough to withstand the power of laws without breaking. Naturally, it can also break through the power of laws. As someone who could control the ancient battlefield's power of laws when he was in the Zephyr realm, Long Hu naturally had a very clear understanding of the power of laws. Back then, he could use the power of laws to kill ancient beasts 2 levels higher than him with just a thought. At that moment, the demon sovereigns were at the same level as Zi Chen, but they could not control the power of laws to kill each other. It was obvious that they could only rely on the power of laws. However, the ancient weapon was very similar to this world. It was a product of this world to begin with. Moreover, it could withstand the power of laws of this world without breaking. Naturally, it was unusual. Being unusual meant that it had the ability to resist the power of laws. Therefore, Long Hu concluded that the ancient weapon could break through the power of laws. Zi Chen had experienced it personally and had a guess in his heart. Now that he heard Long Hu's affirmative answer, he was naturally convinced. He was sure that the ancient weapon could break through the power of laws. Time did not allow Zi Chen to hesitate. A light flashed in his hand, and the heavenly halberd appeared. He held the halberd with one hand and swung it in the air, slashing at the power of laws around him, like a tight thread being cut. As the halberd passed through, popping sounds could be heard continuously. The power of laws around Zi Chen were all slashed apart, and he regained his freedom. How could this be? The two demon sovereigns opened their eyes wide as they watched everything in disbelief. It was just an ancient weapon. How could it break through the power of laws. Zichen held the halberd in the air. With him as the center, a storm was formed out of nowhere. He was like the eye of the storm, and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth from all directions kept converging toward him. Zichen activated his divine ability to recover from his injuries. The power of laws has been broken. You should be the ones to die now. Zichen's cold voice came from the storm. He did not wait for his injuries to recover, and he charged toward the demon sovereigns. As soon as he moved, the storm moved with him, and thunderous sounds could be heard. The demon sovereign's expression was uncertain. They controlled the power of laws again and slashed forward. The storm that Zichen had turned into was slashed apart by the power of laws, revealing Zichen in the middle. Zichen held the halberd and slashed at the power of laws. The two forces collided, and a loud sound was heard. The power of laws was shattered by the halberd. The energy shock waves scattered in all directions, dispersing the storm. Zichen's injuries happened to recover at this moment. The lightning wings on his back flapped, and his figure flashed as he charged at the demon sovereigns at extreme speed. Wherever he passed, he shattered several law threads that wanted to wrap around him again. Pum! He arrived beside the demon sovereigns and brandished his halberd at a demon sovereign. The nomological defense on the demon sovereign's body instantly shattered as he was sent flying. Damn it, how did this happen? After being easily sent flying by Zichen twice, the two demon sovereigns' faces were filled with horror. Go up and fight! Just as the demon sovereigns were sent flying, the demon ape below roared. He put away his original black rod and took out the ancient weapon he had obtained on the first level before charging at the demon sovereigns. As for the perfect body, he took out his black axe and soared into the sky. The stone sword in Zhang Haotian's hand was replaced by a black sword. Then he hid in the void and approached the demon sovereigns in front of him. The scene instantly turned chaotic. With the ancient weapon in hand, the nomological power of the demon sovereigns no longer posed a threat to them. This was equivalent to a tiger that had lost its fangs. Although they had strength, the danger factor was much lower. Zhang Haotian and company joined forces to suppress a demon sovereign, causing him to jump up and down as he roared angrily. Zichen's phalanx returned to its original position. He used the halberd to break the laws and injured the demon sovereigns with the phalanx. Puffed, puffed. Originally, it was Zichen and company who vomited blood, but now it was the demon sovereigns and company. Everyone was delighted to see this. They shouted loudly as hope reignited in their eyes. The prince looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. He couldn't believe that the powerful demon sovereigns were suppressed and beaten up. Chapter 1118. Pum! The black axe smashed down and struck the fiend supremacy's head. It was as though it had struck a metal rock as a loud bang sounded. The perfect body was sent retreating by a powerful force. The fiend ape swept forward with the ancient armament black pole. Pole shadows filled the sky, and finally, the pole shadows transformed into a single strike that struck the fiend supremacy. When the fiend supremacy was sent flying, the fiend ape was also sent retreating. The fiend supremacy's nomological powers were no longer a threat to them, but the fiend supremacy's combat strength was comparable to Zichen's. Zhang Haotian constantly used assassination techniques, but the effects weren't obvious. The fiend supremacy seemed to be able to sense his existence in advance and always dodge fatal attacks. How can this be? Outside the arena, everyone cheered with excited expressions. Only the prince, who was hiding in the distance, had a look of disbelief. He couldn't believe that the two fiend supremacies who controlled the nomological powers were so easily suppressed. Uffed! Blood splattered as another bloody hole appeared on the fiend supremacy's body. At that moment, the fiend supremacy was no longer just suppressed. His life was in danger. If this battle continued for a while longer, one of the fiend supremacies would eventually be killed by Zichen. Zichen's expression was indifferent. The halberd in his hand was only used to break the laws. His true killer move was his finger bone because it was impossible to kill the other party with the halberd. The fiend supremacy said that he has very powerful means that can easily crush Zichen. But why is he being suppressed? The prince couldn't believe what he was seeing. Of the two fiend supremacies, one retreated while the other rushed out of the encirclement of the fiend ape and company. The two stood together with their backs against each other. Both of them were in a sorry state. Their bodies were covered in blood, and there were many bloody holes on their bodies. A fiend supremacy had a self-deprecating smile on his face. It looks like we have encountered a powerful team. That's right. Longhu Sovereign, Sky-Splitting Battle Ape, and Perfect Body. Such a team can also create endless glory in our era. At a moment of life and death, the two fiend supremacies were still in the mood to talk about this. Was it despair from knowing that they would die, or was there some other reason? Zichen and company surrounded the two fiend supremacies, but they didn't immediately step forward. This was because no one was foolish enough to believe that the two fiend supremacies who could use the laws would show despair before death. His calm gaze and self-deprecating smile made it seem like he didn't care about the people in front of him. It's fine if he's a perfect body, but look at what he is. A fiend supremacy pointed at Zichen. Another demon supremacy said, "Do you think I didn't notice that not only does he have a perfect body, but he also has perfect essence energy and perfect spiritual sense? Other than that, what's even more surprising is that he has two types of yin and yang essence energy." That's right. What would have happened if we had met such a person back then? How is it? It's already very heaven-defying that you didn't run away with your tail between your legs. What else can you do? Just like that, the two demon sovereigns started chatting as if there was no one else around. Zichen and the others frowned, and the people in the distance were even more puzzled. The previously nervous prince had a confident smile on his face again. That's why I'm saying that our luck is very good to actually encounter such an existence in such a situation. Furthermore, it just so happens that we have the ability to kill it. So, another demon venerable continued, so we have to kill him, kill them. A sense of unease rose in the hearts of Zichen and the others. They clenched their ancient weapons tightly and suddenly felt nervous. Let's kill. Let the final battle come early. A demon venerable closed his eyes and opened his hands. A wisp of soul consciousness spread out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the soul consciousness reached dozens of miles away. No one knew why the demon sovereign suddenly extended his soul remembrance, but everyone had a bad feeling about it. Demon, devour heaven, earth. The demon venerable suddenly opened his eyes and shouted out loud, emphasizing each word. As soon as he finished speaking, boundless demonic chi appeared in the place where his soul consciousness had spread out. The moment this demonic chi appeared, it enveloped an area of dozens of miles. In the blink of an eye, the world turned dark as if night had descended. All the cultivators who had arrived in this world were enveloped by the black clouds at this moment. Their eyes could only see a few meters away, and their spiritual senses had lost their function. At the same time, there was a powerful suction force in the black clouds. This suction force was actually absorbing their essence, energy, and vitality. Panic spread. Angry roars rang out in the demonic chi, followed by a few energy explosions. These black clouds posed no threat to Zichen and the others. At this moment, their eyes were fixed on the two demon venerables in front of them. The second demon venerable also closed his eyes. He stretched out his hands and released his divine soul. In the next moment, his divine soul reached dozens of miles away. However, this time, the divine soul didn't trigger the demonic chi, but the laws. Thousands of law threads appeared above this world like sharp blades, appearing in the demonic chi. Not good. They want to kill everyone. Zichen's pupils shrank. The long halberd in his hand trembled as he rushed forward. Kill! The devil ape and the others also rushed toward the demon venerable with their ancient weapons. In an instant, Zichen and the others all moved. However, the two demon venerables didn't move. They were still standing in front of everyone. Go to hell! Zichen flashed in front of the demon Venerable and smashed the long halberd in his hand at the latter's head. This attack naturally couldn't kill the demon Venerable. Zichen didn't expect to kill the demon Venerable. He just wanted to interrupt him. The devil ape was the second to appear. He waved the black rod in his hand and hit the second demon Venerable. Zhang Haotian and the perfect body appeared almost at the same time and displayed powerful attacks. Longhu, Ming Xian, the ape dragon, and the others also arrived and attacked the demon Venerable together. More than a dozen people appeared beside the demon Venerable in an instant. They attacked the demon Venerable from all directions. All kinds of lights flashed and powerful auras filled the world. They stirred the black clouds and shook the laws. However, the two demon sovereigns did not attempt to dodge or defend. Their eyes were still as calm as before. There was a trace of disdain and indifference within that calmness. It was as if a human was looking at an ant and seeing that the ant was waving its sharp teeth at them. Boom! Boom! When the attacks were only an inch away from the top of the two demon venerables' heads, time seemed to stop. Two earth-shattering explosions sounded in everyone's ears like thunder. These two thunderous sounds represented the breaking of the laws and the increase in strength. The two demon venerables released a powerful aura that belonged to the earthly origin realm. This aura was violent like angry waves in a raging sea, and it surged in all directions. The attacks from Zichen and the others were instantly disintegrated under the impact of the angry waves. At the same time, a powerful rebounding force landed on the ancient weapons. The ancient weapons were instantly bounced back and hit their original owners. The sound of people vomiting blood was heard. Zichen and the others' joint attacks were easily neutralized. At the same time, they were also sent flying. Earthly origin realm. How can it be the earthly origin realm? Zichen and the others were shocked. The demon Venerable had broken the laws and reached the earthly origin realm. However, this realm was just the beginning. As the aura of the earthly origin realm erupted, the powerful aura wreaked havoc in the world. The threads formed by the power of the laws were filled with a terrifying, destructive aura. After that, the threads of the laws began to wreak havoc in the black clouds. They were like thousands of sharp blades, stabbing back and forth in the black clouds. Poof, 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 poof. The sound of the sharp blades slicing through flesh was heard continuously in the black clouds. Desperate roars and screams were heard in the next moment. In an instant, the black clouds turned into a hell of azura. Blood splattered everywhere, and severed limbs flew in the air. In just one round of attacks, more than 60% of the cultivators were killed. However, it was not over yet. The power of the laws was still stabbing back and forth, and the screams were still heard. The two demon venerables opened their arms and closed their eyes, as if they were ready to embrace the black sky. On the ground, the blood of the dead cultivators was instantly drained. The blood, mixed with vitality, formed a red blood river, flowing towards the two demon venerables through the channels of the laws. The bodies of the two demon venerables were like a sea, and the sea was like 100 rivers. As the vitality blood flowed into the bodies of the two, the aura around them rose rapidly. It was like sitting on a rocket. It was a straight line. In an instant, the powerful aura around them had turned into a terrifying aura, and soon it became a dangerous aura. In the end, the aura of a heavenly origin realm expert was emitted from the two demon venerables. In just a short moment, they had reached the heavenly origin realm. What kind of speed was that? Zichen and the others were horrified. If they were in the earth origin realm, they might be able to put up a fight. But now they were in the heavenly origin realm. How could they fight? Not to mention moving a finger. They could kill them easily with just a thought. After reaching the heavenly origin realm, the speed of the two demon venerables' aura had slowed down. In the black clouds, the screams gradually disappeared. It was unknown if it was because the cultivators were all dead. In the sky, the blood river had dried up. The two demon venerables opened their eyes. In their eyes, there seemed to be the sun, the moon, Xing Chen, the sky, the earth, the fire, and the wind. The whole world was disappearing. The demonic aura in the sky dissipated, and the demon swallows the world ended. The ground was covered with layers of corpses. None of them were intact. The corpses were extremely pale, without a trace of blood. In just a short moment, more than 90% of the thousands of cultivators had died. There were less than 100 survivors, including those who came with the princess. At this moment, there was not a trace of blood on their faces. Their eyes were filled with fear and despair. The two demon venerables looked at Ziqin. Ziqin was the strongest among them, and Ziqin had pierced many bloody holes on the demon venerables. How do you feel? The demon venerables looked at Ziqin and asked. Ziqin stood up from the ground, holding the halberd in his hand. He said indifferently, I don't feel anything. Facing the heavenly origin realm demon venerables, there was no anger or unwillingness on his face. There was only calmness. Indeed, you are not the one who died. The demon venerables said coldly, I wanted to pierce 10 bloody holes on your body, but there is not enough time. I might as well give you a quick death. Chapter 1119. If there was enough time, Fiend Supremacy wouldn't mind continuing his nonsense. This was because the person he wanted to kill was extraordinary. This was because once Ziqin matured, the entire world would tremble. He felt a sense of accomplishment and smugness by killing an existence like Ziqin. Unfortunately, time didn't allow for it. They had broken the rules of this world and displayed powerful strength that exceeded what this world allowed. The world overseer would definitely sense it and appear immediately. Apart from that, there would also be other possible trouble. Therefore, they had to kill Ziqin first. This was because Ziqin was too much of a threat to them. As soon as Fiend Supremacy finished speaking, he pointed his finger. The void began to tremble as space shattered because of this finger. A pitch-black line appeared in the sky and shot towards Ziqin. The demon supremacy's finger pierced through space, forming a straight black line as it passed through space. At a speed comparable to teleportation, the finger instantly arrived in front of Ziqin and reached Ziqin's glabella. As for Ziqin, he felt danger appear in his heart. At the same time, he also saw the finger imprint approaching, but he didn't subconsciously move. It wasn't that Ziqin wasn't willing to dodge, nor was it because of the nomological suppression, but that Ziqin was unable to dodge in time. The finger imprint instantly reached his glabella. The powerful aura of the heavenly essence realm suppressed him to the point that he couldn't move. Facing this strike, Ziqin could only wait for death. Not far away, Fiend Ape and company didn't have time to react. Just as they picked up the ancient weapons in their hands, the finger imprint reached Ziqin's glabella. Die. Fiend Supremacy's indifferent voice echoed in the world. Fiend Ape raised the black rod in its hand, but it didn't strike down because it was too late. The perfect body wanted to throw the black axe in its hand, but before it could leave its hand, just as the tall phantom behind Longhu appeared, a mysterious force left Su Mingyao's body. Ming Xian's body began to emit golden light as the violent aura around Ape Dragon appeared. These people didn't have the time to react or save Ziqin. Even if they did, it would be useless. Just as they subconsciously moved, the finger imprint was already between Ziqin's eyebrows. In the next moment, it would pierce through his forehead. The demonic ape's angry expression suddenly froze. The black rod in its hand didn't smash down for a long time. The black axe in the perfect body's hand didn't fly out either. The expression on its face seemed to become extremely stiff. The mysterious power in front of Su Mingyao no longer moved forward. It was in a static state. The light on Ming Xian's body was still dim. The tyrannical aura on the ape dragon was also in a state of hiding. Time froze at this moment. Everything stopped in an instant. The fingerprints were still an inch away from Zichen's glabella, but they also stopped moving forward. Death. In this world, life and death should be up to me. A tender but cold voice suddenly sounded in the still space, and a young man appeared between heaven and earth. His entire body emitted a resplendent light. This light was composed of the power of laws. It was as if he was wearing clothes made of laws. The world was still in a state of stillness. Everyone's expressions and actions were frozen. Only he could move, and he was the overseer of this world. He slowly walked over from afar. Every step he took in the air would stir up ripples. It was as though he was walking on the veins of time and space. You are the overseer of this world. The two demon supremacies easily broke free from the restraints of the still space and looked up at the youth. A red light appeared in one of the demon supremacy's eyes. He was sizing up the youth with the delusion breaker eye. "That's right," the youth answered. The demon supremacies retracted the delusion breaker eye as a hint of mockery appeared on their solemn expressions. "You are only an overseer, not a controller. This world isn't yours. You are the same as us. At most, you can be considered to be using the laws. However, you only have the strength of the mortal Yuan realm. Do you think you can kill the two of us alone?" The youth looked at the two demon supremacies and said seriously, "Of course I can't kill you. Furthermore, I didn't appear to kill you. I'm just here to save someone. I believe that with my status as an overseer, it shouldn't be a problem to save someone." As soon as he finished speaking, the youth lowered his head and glanced at Zichen. The still world was restored because of the youth's glance and began to move again. The power on the demon ape's black rod suddenly disappeared. The black rod in his hand seemed to have suddenly become much heavier. The weight actually caused his arm to ache. He immediately put down the black rod. The perfect body's black axe finally flew out of his hand. However, there was no power attached to it. As soon as it left his hand, the black axe fell in a straight line and smashed into his foot. The excruciating pain caused him to howl in pain. The mysterious power that Su Mengyao struck out suddenly disappeared. The phantom behind Long Hu slowly dimmed and finally disappeared. The surging auras of Ming Xian and the ape dragon were also instantly restrained. They looked very weak, as though they had exhausted too much energy. During the stillness of time, everyone felt as though all their strength had been sucked away. After time recovered, all their offensive means lost their strength. At the same time, they felt extremely exhausted. Many people even slumped to the ground. However, the demon's supremacy wasn't affected. The power in his body still existed, and it was even stronger than before. The finger mark he struck out also had an aura that could destroy everything. The demon's supremacy was the same as before. The only difference was that Zichen's glabella was only an inch away from the finger mark. However, layers of barriers appeared in this inch. From the space between his eyebrows to an inch of his fingerprints, tens of thousands of barriers appeared. Moreover, these barriers were formed purely from the laws of nature. The finger mark charged forward and collided head-on with the nomological barrier. Under such circumstances, the power between both parties was compressed to the extreme. There was no excess force colliding. In an instant, more than half of the nomological barrier was penetrated. It was as though the nomological barrier would be completely penetrated in the next instant. Then the finger mark would reach Zichen's glabella. As soon as these barriers of law disappeared, more barriers of law appeared and once again protected Zichen's glabella, layer by layer. These barriers were formed in an instant. They were not slower than the finger mark's destruction. The finger mark was still advancing in a straight line, breaking through one light barrier after another. However, more and more barriers appeared at Zichen's glabella. This was a battle between the laws of this world and the power of Tianyuan. The victor had yet to be determined. This battle lasted for a few breaths. During this time, the finger mark broke through at least hundreds of thousands of nomological barriers. Finally, the powerful aura of the finger mark began to weaken. It was the first to be unable to hold on. Its luster dimmed. From dimming to disappearing in the end, the nomological barrier blocked the attack for Zichin. Zichin had been unable to move previously. After the finger mark disappeared, he felt that he could move again. He looked at the young man in the air gratefully. However, he realized that the light on the young man's body had become extremely dim. At the same time, his face was snow white. You are only borrowing the power of the rules to block one of my attacks. You have used up too much of your power. However, you can only block one of my attacks. I can hit you thousands of times. The demon sovereign looked at the pale-faced young man and said coldly. The light on the young man's body brightened again. His pale face had a tinge of redness. He was recovering. However, the speed was not fast. He first nodded at Zichin. Then he looked at the two demon lords and said, "The combat power of the two of you has exceeded the limits of this world. You can say that you've broken the laws here. I can only block one attack, even if I use all my strength. However, I'm here to block one attack from you." In the air, both parties were talking. Everyone below held their breaths and looked up at the young man. Their hope was on the young man. The demon lords laughed when they heard this. Blocking one attack is enough. So you mean that someone will appear later and block our attacks? That's right. However, to be precise, you won't have the chance to attack anymore. The young man's solemn voice sounded like a promise. The demon lord's laughter grew louder. It shook the heavens and earth. Who is it? Who is so arrogant? Is it a saint? Or is it a saint's pet? The light around the young man gradually faded. His face regained its redness. He seemed to have recovered in a short time. He was only in the mortal origin realm. After the nomological barrier was removed, he looked no different from an ordinary origin realm cultivator. Now that he was facing the powerful auras of the two demon lords, he looked very lonely like everyone else. However, the young man's eyes were incomparably calm. "Why aren't you talking? Didn't you hear what we asked you?" The demon lords stopped laughing. Their voices grew colder. The young man said, "I'm waiting." The demon lords asked, "Waiting for what?" The young man said, "Waiting for you to stop laughing and talking. You've been sealed for countless years. You've been muddle-headed for countless years. You can't even think properly. You can't even speak. You're very pitiful. You've seen a sliver of the nomological barrier and arrogantly thought that you've seen the entire world. That's very sad. You think that you can become the true ruler of this world just because you've broken through." The demon lord's expression darkened. "You call us pitiful, sad, and laughable." The young man took a deep breath and said sincerely, "Yes, very pitiful, sad, and laughable. You're not afraid of death. I am, but you can't kill me. Very well. You've successfully angered me. I've decided to kill everyone here first, and then I'll rule this world." The young man replied, "Very well. I'll make way for you now. However, it's been so long. I think you won't have the chance anymore." With that, the young man turned sideways as if to avoid them. However, after turning sideways, he bowed again, as if he was saluting someone. "Of course it's very good, because we've completely refined the essence blood. Not to mention a mere pet, even a saint would die if they came in person." The auras of the two demon lords were released to the limit again. This time, it was much stronger than before. Facing this aura, everyone felt like they were in a small boat in a raging sea. The boat could break at any time and they could die. Chapter 11:20. Time came to a standstill without any warning. Time had stopped too many times today, and everyone was already a little tired. However, the time stop this time was undoubtedly the most shocking, because this time stop was only targeted at the two demon lords. How can this be? What's going on? Below, everyone was confused. They touched the faces of the people around them, and even hit them. They could feel pain, which meant that everything was real and their movements were not hindered. However, After the two demon sovereigns in the air released their auras to the maximum, they did not move at all. In fact, even the suffocating aura on their bodies did not go berserk. The young man was still standing in the air, bowing and looking humble. Just when everyone thought that time stop would continue, they felt the world tremble. The two demon lords started to resist, but it was as if they were fighting against the entire world. Because of the intense resistance, rays of light appeared around the two demon lords. These rays were all made up of the power of rules. Rules. They were the same rules used by the young man, but the effect was much stronger than when the young man used them. How can the rules stop the demon lord? The prince hid in the distance, looking at the scene in shock. At the same time, Zichen and the rest were confused. Not to mention the demon lords in heavenly origin realm. Even Zichen could break the rules without fear. Mere rules can't stop me. The demon lord's angry roar came from under the siege of the rules. We have already broken the rules of this world. What can these mere rules do to us? The second demon lord roared. Breaking the rules doesn't mean that you are not controlled by them. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded in the world. The voice was cold and old. It did not mean that the voice was old, but it meant that it was ancient, and eternal. Who was this voice? The saint or the pet of the demon lord, as the demon lord had said. But wasn't this the saint burial ground? Wasn't the saint dead? Zichen's expression changed. He thought back to everything he saw when he entered the saint burial ground. He and Elder Hiroshi guessed that the saint burial ground existed because the saint would be resurrected from death. Thinking back to the few everlasting lamps that he had seen in the past that used bone grinding as a tool and magic oil as a guide, it seemed that the saint had really been resurrected. Once we break the rules of this world, the rules here will no longer be able to trap us. We will break the rules, break this world, and become the rulers of this world. The demon lords were still resisting unwillingly, but there was almost no effect at all. They had just broken through the rules, but the rules had suppressed them once again, and this time they were completely suppressed. The term rule is as broad and profound as the sea. Wanting to break through is easier said than done. Everyone knows that when one pursues the rule and borrows the power of the rule, one's body already has an inseparable connection with the rule. Wanting to sever it and break free from it to become the ruler is extremely difficult. The ancient voice sounded once again, indifferent and emotionless. Who are you? The ruler of this world? The saint or the pet of the saint? The demon lord shouted. You don't deserve to know. The reason I'm here today is because I want to borrow something from you. Who do you think you are? Why should we lend it to you? You have no other choice. Right now, the two demon lords were completely suppressed by the rules and could not move at all. Therefore, they decided to compromise and asked, What do you want to borrow? Your power and your dreams. Don't even think about it. The two demon lords were completely enraged. You have no other choice. As soon as the words were spoken, the rules began to tighten like a rope. The rampaging demon lords were suppressed to the point that they could not move at all. Then the power in their bodies began to drain away. During this time, the demon lords kept resisting and tried to break the rules, but it was useless. The difference between them was like the difference between them and Zichen when they were in the sky origin realm. Shameless, you are shameless. There are arrays under the ground of this world that specialize in collecting blood and life force. This is what you wanted to use. Your original intention was to kill everyone here and then devour their essence and life force to recover. Your actions are very shameless. I wonder if you are the shameless saint from back then. As their power continued to drain away, the two demon lords understood everything. When they were devouring, the overseer did not appear. This unknown existence did not appear either. It was not that the other party did not notice, but that they were intentionally indulging. Everything was for the sake of this moment. They killed humans, absorbed their life force, and then refined it. But now they were helping someone else. They were being used as a tool, and they were being schemed against again. It was laughable that they thought they had escaped the detection of the rules. The two demon lords who realized what was going on cursed loudly. The young man bowed in the air, his attitude respectful. After hearing the demon lord's curses, his lips curled into a mocking smile. Shameless. If this was considered shameless, then what was a Sky Origin Realm cultivator killing a human Origin Realm cultivator? The two Sky Origin Realm demon lords were subdued, just like that. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Everyone let out a sigh of relief and began to discuss in secret, but they did not dare to speak out loud, for fear of interrupting this exchange of power. "I see, Your Highness." The middle-aged demon lord's voice was filled with bitterness. Being schemed against by others is very helpless. The princess transmitted, but her expression was still calm. "Then what about the prince?" The middle-aged demon lord asked. "Do you think anyone will let him go in this situation? But he's still a prince. We have to fight for him." The princess glanced at the middle-aged demon lord. "How?" The middle-aged demon lord glanced at Zichen from afar. At this moment, Zichen's attention was focused on the demon lords. Zichen has the final say among these people. If we can convince Zichen, as long as he agrees, I think it won't be a problem to save the prince. Is Zichen that easy to talk to? We can give up some of our benefits. The princess looked deeply at the middle-aged demon lord. "Do you think a prince's life is more important, or an ancient castle?" "Your Highness, please calm down. This subordinate doesn't mean to exchange the castle. This subordinate means that we can try to negotiate with Zichen using demon brilliance crystals." "Then go ahead and try." Under the suppression of the rules, the two demon lords' strength was rapidly draining. Their cultivation had already dropped from the Sky Origin Realm to the Earth Origin Realm. At the same time, their mouths were dry, and they no longer had the strength to curse. Even the Sky Origin demon lords couldn't escape from the suppression of the rules. A mere Earth Origin Realm demon lord couldn't do anything. The trip to the Saint Burial Ground was coming to an end. There were more than 10,000 human Origin Realm cultivators when they came, but now there were less than 100 left. When the crowd heard the demon lord's curses, they obviously knew that this was a world of battle. No matter what, someone would die, because the existence of this place required the vitality of dead cultivators. The 100 people on the battlefield were obviously the most powerful ones. At the same time, they also benefited the most. They carefully cleaned up the battlefield, trying not to disturb the borrowing of power in the air. The demon lords returned to the human origin realm. At the same time, they became weaker because they weren't just losing strength, but also vitality. The prince's face was pale, and his eyes were filled with despair. He wanted to take the opportunity to escape, but he was surrounded by the demon ape and the others. At this moment, everyone was waiting for the demon lords to die, and then everything would end. Of course, some people were worried. They were afraid that the powerful existence who hadn't shown up would borrow power from them after borrowing power from the demon lords. 2 shrill screams sounded between heaven and earth. The 2 powerful demon lords announced the end of their lives. The power of the rules in the air dissipated, and 2 shriveled bodies fell down. Everything was over. Everyone, including Zichen, looked at the sky anxiously. They couldn't see the powerful existence, so they all looked at the young man. The young man leaned in, as if he was listening to some secret words. Then he nodded repeatedly. Finally, he straightened up, turned around, and looked down at the crowd. The nervousness on the crowd's faces intensified. The young man smiled and said, "Everyone, don't be nervous. Everything is over. If you want to leave this place, you can leave now." With that, the young man waved his hand, and a light door appeared in front of the crowd. Seeing this light door, the crowd rushed toward it without hesitation. If the young man wanted to kill them, he only needed to think about it. There was no need for him to do this. Sect leader Zichen. Zichen and the others walked to the front of the prince, ready to kill him. Suddenly, a voice came from behind them. "There's a matter." The newcomer was a middle-aged demon, an earthly origin realm cultivator who had suppressed his cultivation base. He could easily crush Zichen in the outside world, but in here, Zichen could easily kill him. "I'm here on behalf of the princess. I beg sect leader Zichen to spare the prince's life." Zichen sneered. "Do you think I'll spare him?" "Of course not, but he's the prince of the Power Demon Clan. He has an extraordinary status in the demon clan." Zichen interrupted the middle-aged demon. "You know that I'm not afraid of threats." "Yes, yes." The middle-aged demon nodded. "We'll ransom him. We'll ransom him with resources." "What resources?" "Brilliant devil crystals." "Saint Brilliant devil crystals?" Zichen asked. "I wonder if the prince's life is worth dozens of Saint Brilliant devil crystals." The middle-aged demon almost vomited blood when he heard that. Dozens of Saint Brilliant devil crystals? What a joke! Sect leader Zichen, you must be joking. Saint Brilliant devil crystals are called Saint Brilliant devil crystals because they're very valuable and rare. Get to the point. 3 Saint Brilliant devil crystals. Devil ape kill. Sect leader Zichen. 5 Zhang Haotian kill. 8 Sect leader Zichen. 8 at most. If you don't agree, I'll kill you. The middle-aged demon gritted his teeth. Chapter 11:21. Sect leader Zichen. Saint-grade brilliant demon crystals are not like cabbages. They are priceless even in our demon clan. If it weren't for the fact that Her Highness might be involved in this matter, we wouldn't have bothered with this matter at all, the middle-aged demon clan member said firmly. Listening to the two sides bargaining like animals, the prince's expression changed a few times, but he didn't say anything in the end. As a prince, he could be arrogant and look down on the world, but he couldn't be stupid. Especially at such a critical moment, he had to be patient. He was afraid that if he said anything more, he would anger Zichen. Zichen looked at the middle-aged demon, and the latter looked at Zichen. Zichen had a faint smile on his face, while the middle-aged demon looked firm. Seeing that the other side wouldn't back down, Zichen nodded. "Okay, deal, but..." Sect leader Zichen, "But what?" Zichen pointed at the prince and said, "But you have to leave his ring to me." The prince was wearing a ring on his finger. It was obviously a spiritual ring, and it contained the prince's wealth. Hearing this, the prince's expression changed. Even if he knew how to endure, he couldn't help but want to shout. However, the middle-aged demon's reaction was much calmer. He was afraid that Zichen would go back on his word, so he immediately said, "Okay, deal." Uffed. In the end, the prince couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Then he fell down and fainted. The middle-aged demon took out the saint-grade brilliant demon crystals he prepared and gave them to Zichen. Then he supported the prince and left. Many demons had come this time, but only the two princes and him had survived. Before leaving, the princess turned around and glanced at Zichen. Zichen led the demon ape and the others to the young man and bowed respectfully. "Thank you for saving our lives, Senior." The young man smiled. "Everyone is afraid of me and left one by one. You're the one who came to thank me. Of course I have to thank you for saving my life." Zichen smiled. "Not bad. It's rare for you to be so considerate. Senior, may I ask if the one who showed off his power was a saint?" The young man smiled but did not say anything. Zichen's mind was greatly shaken. Sure enough, the saint had really come back to life. It was a miracle to revive someone who had been dead for so many years. Moreover, the one who was still alive was a saint. This should have shocked the world. But the revival of the saints did not cause any waves. The expressions of Zichen and the others all became cautious. "The saint has already left. You all should relax a little," the young man said. "He left? Where did he go?" "Of course we're going to that world filled with experts. Could it be that we're still here?" Senior is talking about the Sky Marshall Continent. The young man rolled his eyes and said, "What Sky Marshall Continent? That broken place can easily break through a human origin stage cultivator. An Earth origin stage cultivator is like a god in that place. Furthermore, that world's Ling Chi is not abundant. So how can it accommodate an Earth origin stage cultivator? The world of the strong is a completely different world." A completely different world? Is it the same as the Sky Marshall Continent? Zi-Chin and the others were puzzled. At the same time, they were filled with curiosity about that world. To be precise, that place can also be considered the Sky Marshall Continent, but it's a higher level world. Forget it, it's hard to explain. When you reach that realm, you'll naturally understand. The young man looked at Zi-Chin and said, "The saint left a message for you before he left. Do you want to hear it now?" "The saint left a message for me." Zi-Chin felt overwhelmed by this unexpected favor. "That's right. Originally it was for you alone. But since you're all here, there's no harm in hearing it. When you make a choice in the future, think carefully." Zi-Chin and the others put on a respectful expression. The young man's expression suddenly became extremely solemn. He said, "The laws are a path that must be walked in the Earth origin stage, but doesn't mean that you have to comprehend the power of the laws on this path. You should know that the laws can make us stronger, but they also bind us." The young man imitated the saint's tone, but Zi-Chen and the others did not understand what he meant. "What does this mean?" Zi-Chen asked curiously. The young man said, "The meaning is very simple. Don't casually comprehend the laws. Don't casually break through. It's best if you don't comprehend the laws. If you don't comprehend the laws, can you break through to the Earth origin stage? Of course not. Since you can't break through, why don't you let me comprehend the laws?" "I didn't say that you can't comprehend the laws. I just don't want you to. It's best if you don't comprehend the laws." "That's not right. If you don't comprehend the laws, you won't break through." "Sorry, actually I don't understand the true meaning of this sentence." The young man's true strength should be at the heavenly origin stage. If even he didn't understand the meaning of this sentence, Zi-Chin and the others naturally wouldn't. Therefore, after memorizing this sentence, he prepared to leave. "You're leaving already?" the young man suddenly asked. "I'm done here." "Of course I'm leaving," Zi-Chin said. "Then you don't want the big gift I prepared for you." "Big gift? What big gift?" The young man looked at Zi-Chin seriously. After realizing that he wasn't doing it on purpose, he directly asked, "Did you not refine the token I gave you?" "I don't know what use it has, so I naturally didn't refine it." As soon as this was said, Zi-Chin guessed the young man's meaning. He hurriedly took out the thing that looked like a scale or a token to refine it. The refining process was very simple. It was as simple as the 3 tokens from before. As the token recognized him as its master, Zi-Chin looked into the distance, his face filled with disbelief. "How is it? It's a big gift, right?" the young man said smugly. Zi-Chin nodded and said, "That's right. It's a big gift." With that said, he bowed to the young man again, feeling very grateful. "What gift?" the perfect body asked in puzzlement. He hadn't left with the others previously. Zi-Chin looked ahead, his emotions fluctuating greatly. He said, "A castle of time." Time castle. Everyone looked at Zi-Chin as though they were looking at a fool. This was because there was nothing ahead. Even the spirit devouring rats didn't sense anything amiss. "This is the masterpiece of a saint." Zi-Chin pointed ahead. A nomological light appeared between his fingers and landed in front of him. As though a curtain had been pulled open, a huge castle appeared in front of them. The main style of the castle was still black, but compared to the original 3 castles, this castle was even more magnificent. Through the token, Zi-Chin already knew all the uses of the castle. He took a deep breath and said, "Everyone, follow me to visit this time castle." He was very agitated. To be able to cause such a stir in Zi-Chen's emotions, this castle was clearly extremely extraordinary. Everyone couldn't help but follow him forward. The castle's simple door naturally opened as an ancient aura assaulted them. Zichen and company walked up the stairs and entered the castle through the passageway. The castle was huge and luxuriously decorated. Colorful light swirled around it. The hall was no longer empty. There were all kinds of facilities. Other than that, there were also many rooms in the castle. Zichen pointed at the hall and said, "This is the reception hall. Everyone can drink tea and chat here. The flow of time here is the same as the outside world." He pointed at the rooms and said, "Those rooms are used for rest or seclusion. The flow of time there can be adjusted on its own. The slowest is 100 times and the fastest is 1,000 times." Upon hearing Zichen's introduction, the eyes of the devil ape and the others widened in disbelief. The flow of time could be adjusted by 100 or 1,000 times. Didn't that mean that a year had passed in the outside world and 100 years or even 1,000 years had passed in the world inside the room? As though he had guessed everyone's thoughts, Zichen smiled and said, "That's right. A year in the outside world would be 1,000 years in the room." Everyone shouted excitedly when they heard this. Right now, they didn't lack anything but time. Of course, time is only one aspect. If you need it, not only can time be accelerated, but the pressure in the room can also be changed according to your requirements. This pressure is mainly targeted at force, psyche, and essence. The perfect body said excitedly, "Doesn't that mean that this castle is an upgraded version of the original 3 castles? Furthermore, it has the characteristics of time." "That's right. This time it was the youth who answered." He said, "The 3 ancient castles were the boring works of saints, but this time castle is a proud work. The difference between the 2 is like heaven and earth, but it can be considered an upgraded version." The perfect body was extremely excited when he heard that. He wished he could kick Zichen to the ground and replace him to snatch it. However, such an immature idea was clearly only a thought. It couldn't be put into practice. Jealousy and bitterness inevitably arose in his heart. The perfect body curled his lips and said, "It's indeed good stuff, but it's a pity that there are only a few rooms in such a huge castle. Furthermore, it's obvious that this is only prepared for an individual. It can only increase the strength of an individual. To large sects, it's not of much use. It's even inferior to the 3 ancient castles." Zichen naturally knew what the perfect body's mentality was. This fellow was somewhat similar to a monk. Su Mengyao and company chuckled. No matter how many flaws the perfect body said about the castle, they couldn't ignore the tempting advantages. Just the fact that time was accelerated was enough to cover up all the flaws. Zichen knew the perfect body's mentality and immediately said with a smile, "What you said makes sense. But how can the great saints not think of the problems you can think of? These things are originally prepared for an individual. It's very heartwarming. If you want everyone in a sect to use it, then I'm sorry. The door isn't here, but somewhere else. There are 3 separate doors there. There are 3 spaces inside that allow people with 3 powers to cultivate. The time acceleration there is also at least 100 times. The perfect body's heart twitched violently. Demon Ape and company were even more shocked, but they quickly laughed out loud. This way, the castle didn't have any flaws. "Everyone, don't stand here. It's best you choose your own room and enter seclusion for a period of time," Zichen said with a smile. "I want to temper my body!" the perfect body shouted and ignored everyone as he rushed into a room. Amitabha, this penniless monk feels that the Buddhist powers aren't pure. This penniless monk needs to enter seclusion to cultivate. Ming Xian also walked into a room. Zichen looked at the 2 of them in a daze and said, "Shouldn't the 2 of them leave?" "Only a fool would leave after seeing such good things. I'll temper my body first, then cultivate my essence energy, and finally cultivate my mind." Demon Ape also found a room. After that, everyone entered their rooms. Finally, only Su Mengyao, Zichen, and the youth were left. Zichen asked, "Mengyao, which room do you want to enter?" An imperceptible blush flashed across Su Mingyao's face as she lowered her head and said, "I don't have anything I need to cultivate for the time being. I'll go wherever you go." Chapter 11:22. Within the time castle, Ziqin and the others were using the acceleration of time to cultivate. Knowing that he wasn't strong enough, he naturally had to cultivate his yuan energy and will. Time passed quietly. A day outside was 100 days in the castle. The exploration of the saint burial ground had ended. The saints had successfully left after absorbing enough energy. The red light no longer had any meaning. The youth looked at the time castle and said, "Forget it. I'll help you one more time. I'll give you one more year." A year outside was 100 years in the castle. Although they weren't familiar with the time castle, Ziqin's room was still 100 times faster. Ziqin hadn't lived for 100 years since he was born, but the youth had bought him a few hundred years. Clearly he had enough time. The red light didn't disappear, so the experts who had been sent out could only walk out. "Sect Master, the people who went to the saint burial ground have come out," reported a subordinate of the everlasting sect. "Where's Ziqin? Has he come out?" Wang Qiong walked out of the palace. "Sect Master, Ziqin hasn't come out yet." "Come, let's go take a look." Wang Qiong led them to the saint burial ground. Wang Xian, Shangguanyu, and the others followed. They quickly encountered the 100 or so experts who had returned. More than 10,000 of them had gone in, but less than 100 had returned. The high death rate made their expressions ugly. Wang Qiong quickly found an ancient race expert among the survivors and asked him what had happened inside. The ancient race expert told him the truth. The intense battle inside made Wang Qiong and the others extremely nervous. The forbidden killing formation had infuriated them, and killing all the cultivators from the major powers had been delightful. But the final eruption of the archdevil had made them nervous. Fortunately, everything was over. Those powers are really shameless. They clearly said that they wouldn't care about the past, but they secretly schemed against Ziqin again. Shameless to the extreme. I really don't know how their family became one of the strongest powers in the Martial Heaven continent. Fortunately, Ziqin and the others are fine. Otherwise, they would have attacked the everlasting sect. Killing everyone was the right thing to do. Let them know that we have a temper. Shangguanyu, and the others were extremely disdainful of the actions of the major powers and were extremely angry at their assassination attempts. "Where's Ziqin? Why isn't he out yet?" Wang Qiong asked when he didn't see Ziqin. "The exit has been opened. Sect Master Ziqin should be coming out soon," the ancient cultivator said respectfully. Wang Qiong nodded and thanked him. After that, Wang Qiong and the rest waited outside the ancient castle, waiting for Ziqin to appear. During this time, Shangguanyu, and the rest were extremely angry because those major powers had almost killed Ziqin. Several days passed quickly as they waited, but none of Ziqin's group showed up. "Didn't you say that you would be out soon? Why haven't you come out yet? Did something happen along the way?" The cultivators of the Wuji sect were all confused. Wang Xian, and the others already looked anxious and worried. The perfect body and Monk Ming Xian haven't come out either. If something really happens, Ziqin and the others should be able to deal with it. "Let's wait," Wang Qiong said. They waited for more than 10 days, but Ziqin and the others still didn't appear. Anxiety, uneasiness, and fear appeared on the women. Without Su Mengyao around, they didn't know how to make deductions, so they couldn't help but let their imaginations run wild. The rippling red light in the sky hasn't dissipated, which means that the expedition isn't over yet. Ziqin and the others haven't appeared yet. Perhaps the spirit-devouring rats made another major discovery along the way, and Ziqin and the others went to search for treasures. Wang Qiong comforted them. "How about this? You guys continue to guard here and wait for Ziqin to appear. I'll go back and arrange some things." Ziqin's absence made Wang Qiong's expression unnatural. He was also worried about Zi-Chun and the others, but he couldn't show it on his face. He looked up at the sky. The rippling red light was still there. This thing was currently the main barrier for the Wuji sect to resist the large factions. As long as it existed, the Wuji sect wouldn't be breached by external forces. Send people out to investigate. If they find traces of foreign cultivators, report it immediately. Wang Qiong arranged everything. At the same time, he went back to get people to prepare for the battle. This time the grudge between them and the large factions could no longer be resolved. Next, it was naturally war. Zi-Chen didn't come out, so the commander of this war was naturally Wang Qiong. As long as the Earth Origin Realm cultivators couldn't enter, Wang Qiong was confident that they would win. The holy burial ground opened, and all the factions' attention was on it. Moreover, they had been paying attention. Almost as soon as these survivors came out, they were quickly taken away by their own experts. The 7 major factions who had been waiting for good news realized that none of their cultivators had appeared. Just as they were surprised and puzzled, news of what had happened in the holy burial ground spread. The 7 major factions had cooperated with the Shaji clan to set up a forbidden killing formation to kill Zi-Chen. Not only had they failed to kill Zi-Chen, but Zi-Chen had used his flame of life to break the formation. Then, in a rage, he killed them all. Many cultivators from the 7 major factions, from spiritual body cultivators to heaven realm cultivators, were killed. Not a single one was left alive. When this news spread, it caused an uproar in the entire Tianwu continent. For some reason, the scene of the chaotic battle between the major factions was concealed or deliberately forgotten. It was only said that Zi-Chen had led the Wuji sect's experts to kill the people of the major factions. This time, the major factions had suffered a double loss. Not only had they lost a lot of resources, but they had also lost a lot of cultivators. Furthermore, each faction had lost 2 spiritual body cultivators and several Xiantian cultivators. This huge loss caused them to feel heartache. While they were feeling heartache, they couldn't help but feel endless anger. Whether it was to protect their dignity or to protect the 2 ancient castles that Zi-Chen had obtained, they had to take the initiative to express their stance. Thus, the major factions once again joined forces and sent out experts to destroy the Wuji sect. This time, they gritted their teeth and made a ruthless decision. They no longer underestimated Zi-Chen and placed Zi-Chen and the Wuji sect in an extremely important position. They sent out a total of more than 20 earthly origin stage cultivators. Although these people had just broken through to the earthly origin stage and had just touched upon the laws, killing Zi-Chen and destroying the Wuji sect was not a problem at all. A few days later, the group of earthly origin stage cultivators arrived at the outskirts of the savage lands. They were very puzzled when they saw that the rippling red light had not yet dissipated. The group of earthly origin stage cultivators sent back a message. Soon, another message came, telling them to wait for the rippling red light to disappear so that they could attack the Wuji sect in one fell swoop, kill Zi-Chen, and steal the resources. Just as the major factions were taking action, the ancients also received the news. They naturally knew what had happened in the holy burial ground. Thus, they quickly sent out earthly origin stage cultivators. Although the number was not as many as the major factions, it was still enough to serve as a deterrent. So far, this was the only faction that dared to take the initiative to help Zi-Chen. Many years ago, the ancients had declared that they would protect Zi-Chen. Because of the rippling red light, the earthly origin stage cultivators did not enter the savage lands. The ancients did not do anything either. The 2 sides were in a standoff. When the major factions found out that the ancients had interfered, they were naturally furious. Although they did not continue to send out earthly origin stage cultivators, they sent out several human origin stage cultivators. These troops were not necessarily useful, but they were a way for the major factions to show their attitude in order to destroy the Wuji sect. Then, the human origin stage cultivators of the ancients arrived. Their attitude was also very clear. These people all came from the ancient road. They had been walking on the ancient road since they were young, so they were relatively stronger. The Wuji sect naturally received the news that earthly origin stage cultivators and several armies had appeared. This was obviously going to be another big battle. Thus, Wang Qiong took control of the entire savage lands and forbade everyone from entering or leaving. The entire Wuji sect was in a state of alert. A big battle seemed to be on the verge of breaking out. However, those who were observant knew that a big battle would never happen as long as the rippling red light remained. This was because in the present world, no faction could invade the Wuji sect and destroy it under such circumstances. The Wuji sect was not afraid of anyone at the same level. However, once the rippling red light disappeared, what awaited them would be the destruction of the Wuji sect. Damn it! Why do they have the initiative? I don't accept this. Wang Shan was burning with anger. He led a human origin stage cultivator out of the rippling red light. As soon as they reached the outside world, they encountered a group from a major faction. Bastard, do you dare to fight? Wang Shan stood in the air and pointed at the leading cultivator as he scolded. His scolding stunned the people in front of him. Bastard, I'm asking you a question. Do you dare to fight with me? Wang Shan put his hands on his hips and spat everywhere. The team at the front looked at Wang Shan with a strange expression. Then they looked around but didn't find anything suspicious. Bastard, what are you looking at? I'm talking about you. Do you dare to fight? Wang Shan said again. The leading cultivator was a middle-aged man. He stood in the air and pointed at his own nose. Are you sure you're talking to me? You want to fight with the ancient race? Of course. I'm from the ancient race. The anger on Wang Shan's face froze and disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by embarrassment. His expression changed again, and he quickly smiled apologetically. Sorry, it's a misunderstanding. I thought you were the bastards from the 5 elements. Kid, look carefully. Do those bastards from the 5 elements have such strong bodies? We're ancient race body cultivators, the man said. Yes, it's a misunderstanding. So you're an ally. May I ask where those bastards from the 5 elements are? I'm bored and want to find them to practice, Wang Shan said. I heard that you people from the Wuji sect are all daring. Today I see that it's true. Your door is blocked, but you still dare to come out and challenge us. However, I like the way you call them bastards. Those bastards are temperamental. Come with me, brother. I'll take you to them. The two sides became familiar with each other because of the words brother and grandson. The ancient race invited Wang Shan to meet with the ancient race and then find the people from the 5 elements. Brother Wang Shan, you're quite brave. There are many Earth origin stage cultivators outside. Aren't you afraid of being killed by them? Chapter 11:23. Wang Shan's carefree attitude made Gu Tai feel a sense of respect for him. He said in admiration, as expected of a place that even the major factions fear. Just a random person can see through life and death. I'm impressed. Wang Shan admired Gu Tai a lot. However, Wang Shan did not like what he said. He immediately revealed a dissatisfied expression and said, Gu Tai, you're looking down on me. What do you mean by random person? Am I a random person? I have a very high status in the Wuji sect. Let me tell you, I'm Zi Chen's brother-in-law. Do you know what brother-in-law means? It means that even the sect master of the Wuji sect, Zi Chen, has to call me brother-in-law when he sees me. Wang Shan's face was full of pride, and he looked very proud. Everyone's expression immediately changed when they looked at Wang Shan. Gu Tai said in surprise, So it's Zi Chen's brother-in-law. I'm sorry for the disrespect. No wonder you have such awareness. It turns out that you're the person closest to Zi Chen. Wang Shan said proudly, Of course. However, I have to keep a low profile. Wang Shan was so proud that his molars were almost showing. He actually said that he had to keep a low profile. The disciples of the Wuji sect, who knew his character, were speechless. For the rest of the journey, they only heard Wang Shan bragging. He bragged about how Ziqin was when he wasn't strong and how he tricked the ancient race's perfect body, regardless of whether it was true or not. The people of the body cultivator lineage were stunned. At the same time, they felt admiration for him. Beside Gu Tai, an ancient race member looked at Wang Shan with admiration. At the same time, he pulled Gu Tai over and asked softly, "Brother Gu Tai, do you think what Wang Shan said is true?" He's Ziqin's brother-in-law and the younger brother of Deputy Pavilion Master Wang Qiang. Gu Tai pondered for a moment and said seriously, "I heard that one of Ziqin's confidants is called Wang Xian'er. Although I have never heard of Wang Shan before, it should be true from what he said." The cultivator continued, "If that's really the case, then this brother Wang Shan is truly an extraordinary existence. Since he dared to come out, he must be very strong. Even if he can't compare to sect Master Ziqin, I don't think he's any weaker than the generals besides Ziqin." Gu Tai nodded and said, "It's very possible. The Mu family is not far from here. We will meet them soon. Then we will know the truth." While they were bragging, they met a group of people. It was the Mu clan of the 5 elements. The leader was a young man who was a Xiantian realm martial artist. Gu Tai pointed at the young man and said he's from the Mu family. His name is Mu Wei, and he's a Khanate warrior. Wang Shan nodded and waved his hand arrogantly, signaling for everyone to stop. He then took a few steps forward and pointed at Mu Wei, saying, "Grandson, you're Mu Wei from the Mu family." Facing Wang Shan's blatant provocation, Mu Wei was stunned at first. However, he reacted quickly and asked angrily, "Who are you calling?" "Of course it's Mu Wei, grandson. Are you? Do you dare to fight with me?" Mu Wei suppressed the anger in his heart. He looked at Wang Shan carefully and asked, "You want to fight with me?" "Of course. Do you dare to fight?" "How?" Mu Wei asked. However, he was already thinking of ways to kill Wang Shan. "Idiot. Of course, it's a magnificent battle to the death." Wang Shan mocked. "All right, let's fight. Whoever doesn't fight is a grandson." Mu Wei was furious. He flew into the air and the aura around him started to surge. Wang Shan glanced at Mu Wei indifferently. Then he turned around and said to the aboriginals, "I have some time before the battle. Let me give everyone a brief explanation of what a magnificent battle to the death is. As the name suggests, it is a magnificent battle to the death. However, as for how magnificent it is impossible to describe it with words. You have to see it with your own eyes and experience it with your own eyes. Obviously, what I mean is that I will put on a magnificent battle to the death for everyone." Hearing Wang Shan's eloquence and calmness in the face of a battle to the death, everyone's respect for Wang Shan was like a torrential river. "Kid, are you done talking nonsense? Can we start now?" Wang Shan's disregard angered Mu Wei again. "Of course. If we don't start, how can I put on a magnificent battle to the death?" Wang Shan's tone and attitude made Mu Wei very unhappy. He had already made up his mind that once they fought, he would beat his opponent into a pig's head. After humiliating him, he would kill him. Mu Wei's aura surged. As a Xiantian martial artist, his strength was naturally not to be underestimated. As he released his aura, everyone's expression turned solemn. Only Wang Shan still had a look of indifference. "Brother Wang Shan, you have to be careful. Mu Wei is very unusual. It's said that his Xiantian technique, Withered Wood Chop, has been cultivated to an extremely high level." Gu Tai reminded Wang Shan as if he felt that Wang Shan was too arrogant. Wang Shan waved his hand. He still didn't care. Mu Wei shouted and rushed towards Wang Shan. He was like a stream of light and arrived in front of Wang Shan in a flash. At the same time, one of his arms was changing. His arm instantly withered like a piece of dead wood. However, it contained an extremely powerful aura. Mu Wei swung his arm in the air and slashed towards Wang Shan. This slash was already the strongest battle strength he could display so far. Wang Shan's expression didn't change. Although he didn't care, he naturally wouldn't be so indifferent. Just as Mu Wei approached him, He reached into his arms and took out a fluffy little thing. Then, he threw it towards Mu Wei's attack. The little thing looked like a pet. It looked like a white cat, but it had a pair of wings. At this moment, the white cat was facing Mu Wei's attack. No one thought that this little white cat would be able to block this attack. As for the ancient race, they had heard Wang Shan boasting about how powerful he was and how he had once suppressed Zichen. Now they were all looking at him eagerly, waiting for him to show off his skills. But they didn't expect him to throw out a pet. When the little white cat collided with Mu Wei's attack, the scene where everyone thought that the little white cat would die in the next moment didn't happen. The little white cat stretched out its little paw, its eyes filled with disdain. Then it gently slapped forward. This slap directly shattered Mu Wei's attack. At the same time, a claw mark passed through the attack, broke through Mu Wei's defense, and hit Mu Wei's head. As the second explosion rang out, Mu Wei's head directly exploded, and he could not be more dead than dead. Around them, everyone widened their eyes and looked at the little white cat who killed Mu Wei with a single strike. The little white cat curled its lips in a very human-like manner. It seemed to be very disdainful of such an opponent. With a flap of its wings, it returned to Wang Shan's side and stepped on his head. Before the crowd could react from this shocking scene, Wang Shan's smug voice woke them up. "How is it? Now you've seen a magnificent life-and-death battle, right?" Magnificent doesn't mean luxurious, but it means direct and simple. A magnificent life-and-death battle means a very direct and simple life-and-death battle. Wang Shan was very afraid of death. Since he dared to come out, he was naturally fully prepared, and his preparation was to trick the flying divine tiger into following him. He, who wasn't good at fighting, was only responsible for arguing and shouting. The one who actually attacked was the flying divine tiger. Just as Wang Shan was proudly looking for a life-and-death battle outside the rippling red light in the distant western region, in a large desert, there was a Buddhist sect located here. Today, in the sacred land of the Buddhist sect, a violent wind suddenly blew. On the altar where they worshipped, the space began to distort violently, forming waves of destructive power. This scene alarmed the powerhouses of the Buddhist sect. An unforeseen event in the sacred land of the Buddhist sect was naturally unusual. In a short period of time, dozens of old monks gathered here. These old monks were all in the Earth origin realm. When these old monks saw the destructive distortion of space, their expressions didn't change much. Then they all sat down cross-legged and began to chant. This distortion of the power of the rules appeared for a full 2 hours before it slowly stopped. Then a distorted passage formed by the rules of space appeared on the altar of the sacred land. Amitabha, welcome back, Arhot. The moment the passage appeared, a group of old monks opened their eyes, put their palms together, and chanted, "Haha, Lord Buddha is finally out." An extremely excited voice came from the spatial tunnel. Then a figure of light flew out from it. The light figure instantly turned into a monk. He was very excited. After he came out, he jumped up and down like a monkey. His laughter kept echoing. Below, dozens of old monks put their palms together, as if they didn't see this monk's unusual behavior. They just silently chanted. Finally, the unusual monk stopped jumping. He looked at the old monks below and said unhappily, "Hey, you old farts, can't you see that I'm out?" "Welcome back, our hut, Amitabha," the group of old monks said in unison. "What our hut? You said before that if I came out alive, you would let me be the sect leader." The unusual monk protested. "Welcome back, sect leader, Amitabha," the group of old monks said again. You all know, the unusual monk had a weird expression on his face. "Amitabha," the old monks shouted in unison. The unusual monk was finally angry. He shouted, "Is there anyone here who can speak normally?" "Arhot, sect leader, what orders do you have?" An old monk stood up. He was the Buddhist sect leader. Among the group of old monks present, his seniority was naturally the lowest. You acknowledge my identity as sect leader? The monk asked. Greetings, sect leader. The old monk bowed. Good, it's good that you acknowledge it. My words are the sect leader's words. Now listen to my orders. Go and find over 100 Earth Yuan realm cultivators and 20 Heaven Yuan realm cultivators. Then follow me. Where to? The sect leader asked. Of course, to show off. I've been in seclusion for hundreds of years, and am only one step away from Earth Yuan realm. Now that I've become the Buddhist sect leader, I have countless underlings. Earth Yuan realm cultivators are as common as dogs, and Heaven Yuan realm cultivators are everywhere. Of course, I have to show off to Zichen. Chapter 11:24. The monk was naturally the evil good monk. Back then, he had entered the Buddhist sect's ruins with Zichen. Zichen had been chased out by an old monk, and the monk had been cultivating in seclusion. After so many years, he had finally come out of seclusion. The moment he appeared, his attitude was extremely arrogant. There were as many Earth-level experts as there were dogs, and Heaven-level experts were everywhere. He was clearly talking about these old monks, but they didn't seem to have heard him. They didn't react at all. There wasn't even the slightest expression on their faces. The old monks didn't express their anger, but they didn't move either. The proud monk felt like he was being ignored, and his face immediately showed dissatisfaction. He said, "Hurry up and gather people. What are you doing here?" The old monk's expression became very awkward. He explained, reporting to sect master, there are no longer any heaven-level elders in the Buddhist sect. The evil good monk glared at him. "Liar! Don't think I don't know your background. Hurry up and call them out. Don't send too many, just 20 will do." Encountering the current sect leader, the old monk had the urge to cry, but no tears came out. There were more than 20 of them in the Heaven Origin realm. Even if they went to steal or rob, they wouldn't be able to get that many. The old monk's face was filled with compassion. He said, "Sect master, let alone our Buddhist sect, even in the entire Tianwu continent, there aren't 20 heaven-level experts. What's going on?" When the lightning divine hall appeared, some heaven-level experts died. Later on, someone divined that the timing wasn't right, so they gave up on attacking. Thus, the heaven-level experts left one after another, let alone heaven-level experts. Even some earth-level experts left. Most of the people left were those who had just come into contact with the rules and were afraid that their lives would be threatened. The evil good monk didn't ask which world they went to. He probably found out through some channels. The monk rubbed his nose. He was very dissatisfied that he couldn't bring the heaven-level experts to Zichen to show off. The old monk paused for a moment, then said, "Sect master, actually I don't recommend you go to the everlasting sect right now." "Why?" "I heard that Zichen killed thousands of human origin stage cultivators and more than 10 spiritual body cultivators in the holy burial ground. Now he's waiting at their gate, waiting for the restriction to disappear so he can kill his way in," the old monk said. "Tell me more about the holy burial ground." Hence, the old monk told the monk everything he knew. Tyrant was infuriated. Those damnable bastards, they're shameless to the extreme. Only by killing them all will they know that the martial heaven continent doesn't only have 7 great powers. The old monk asked cautiously, "Sect leader, what do you mean?" "Gather 200 Earth origin stage warriors for me. I want the 7 forces to never leave this place alive. These bastards, I have to kill them." The old monk said with a sad face, "Sect leader, the Earth Origin Realm cultivators of the Buddha sect are all here. Look, they are all my martial uncles and grandmasters. They are so old, they can't travel long distances. Cut the crap. I'll leave a few of you to guard the door. The rest of you, come with me." The good and evil monk looked at the group of old monks and said, "You are all a bunch of old men. The more you don't move, the more you don't want to move. Follow me." After saying that, the monk seemed to have thought of something and immediately asked, "My words are useful, right?" The group of old monks opened their eyes again and said in unison, "Yes, sect leader." The good and evil monk led 23 Earth origin stage cultivators to the southern region, heading straight for the barbarian land. On the way, he was unusually low-key or even very low-key. They first used the teleportation formation to reach the Yao race, then secretly reached the chaotic land through negotiations. After that, they went from the chaotic land to the barbarian land. He saw the rippling red light from afar. The good and evil monk didn't feel anything, but the expressions of the group of old monks changed. Like the Earth origin stage cultivators, they felt a destructive aura from it. "Suppress your cultivation and follow me," the monk ordered. Everyone suppressed their cultivation and entered the rippling light, heading straight for the Wuji sect. Along the way, the patrolling cultivators of the Wuji sect naturally didn't stop the monk. In the Wuji sect, the good and evil monk was as famous as the demon ape, Zhang Haoqian and Longhu. His combat strength was only weaker than Zichen's. Of course, Tyrant would never admit to this. In his opinion, even if he couldn't suppress Zichen and beat him until he was looking for his teeth on the ground, it wouldn't be a problem for them to be on the same level. Outside the Wuji sect, the Vice Pavilion Master Wang Qiong personally came out to welcome them. Behind him was a group of Wuji sect elders. The welcoming party wasn't small, but the monk was a little dissatisfied. He felt that it was the same as his status. He immediately frowned and asked, "Where is Zichen and the demon ape? Why didn't they come out to welcome us?" Wang Qiong smiled and said, "Zichen hasn't returned yet, so I came on behalf of Zichen. This is definitely the highest level of welcoming ceremony." The monk was very pleased with Wang Qiong's words. Thinking about his current status, he couldn't help but feel proud. But then another voice sounded, causing the pride on the monk's face to disappear instantly. "I don't understand. You're a damned monk who has seen through the world of mortals and doesn't have any emotions. Why do you have to care about pomp and face? Are you trying to beat up Butterball?" The one who spoke was Wang Xian, and her tone was very rude. "Wang Xian, although we're familiar with each other, please mind your status." "At the same time, please mind my status," the monk said seriously. The monk's words made Wang Xian curl her lips, while Shang Guanyu and the others chuckled. The monk coughed lightly and said, "Even if you don't mind my status, you should mind your status as a member of the Wuji sect. I'm here to help on behalf of the Buddha sect. Oh, right, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm now the sect leader of the Buddha sect, and these are the reinforcements I brought." "Monk, why are you so young? Why did you bring a bunch of old guys? Don't tell me you brought them here to eat and drink?" Lin Shui laughed, not giving the sect leader of the Buddhist sect any face. "Lin Shui, don't be rude to the masters." Wang Qiong glared at Lin Shui, and the latter stuck out her tongue at Wang Qiong. "Listen and see. The vice sect leader is still the most knowledgeable." The monk's face was filled with pride again. He said, "These are the fighters I brought to help the Wuji sect. As for their names, I won't introduce them one by one. You just have to remember that when the red ripples above their heads disappear, they will instantly reach the Earth origin realm." The expressions of Wang Xian, Lin Shui, and the others immediately changed. Wild Wolf and the others also looked at the old monks in disbelief. At the same time, they were naturally shocked. The Earth origin realm. These old monks were all in the Earth origin realm. The monk enjoyed seeing everyone's shocked expressions. At the same time, he sighed and said, "Sigh, as the sect leader of the Buddhist sect, I have as many Earth origin realm experts as dogs. I originally wanted to bring more than 200 people here, but I got the news that the 7 big powers didn't help and only brought 20. Besides, we Buddhists emphasize compassion, equality, and benevolence, so I didn't bring so many people to beat them up. One-on-one is enough." Tyrant was very smug at this moment, but no one wanted to beat him up because they were all shocked. They finally recognized Tyrant's extraordinary status as a Buddhist sect master, not to mention whether he could bring more than 200 earthly origin warriors with him. Just the fact that he could bring more than 20 earthly origin warriors was already extraordinary. After that, the monk waved his hand and said, "Keep a low profile, keep a low profile." Wang Qiong said seriously, "Keep it a secret, keep it a secret." Wang Qiong brought them back to the Wuji sect and arranged for them to live in the best rooms. They were originally very worried about the Earth Origin Realm experts, but because of the arrival of the monk with a group of Earth Origin Realm experts, they were relieved. Even if this battle really happened, the Wuji sect would no longer be passive. In the ancient time castle, Zichen already knew that the young man had fought for him for a year in the real world. He didn't say any more words of gratitude, but focused on cultivating. He was so focused that he didn't care even if there was a beauty beside him. The two of them had been together for hundreds of years, but nothing happened. It could be seen that Zichen was really focused and hardworking, but he also seemed to be very silly. Zichen first used 100 years to cultivate his perfect body under pressure. This time, because the pressure was too great, Zichen cultivated with the help of the Heavenly Book. During this time, the Heavenly Book squeezed out a mysterious force several times, causing Zichen's body to change again. After 100 years and the help of the Heavenly Book, Zichen's physical strength reached a real limit, or a bottleneck. In short, he couldn't improve anymore. In the following time, Zichen began to cultivate his perfect spiritual sense. Just like 100 years ago, under the pressure of the Heavenly Book, his spiritual sense changed qualitatively again. This cultivation also took 100 years. Time passed quickly, and 200 years had passed. In the room where time was accelerated more than 300 times, there were still more than 100 years left. In these 100 years, Zichen mainly used it to cultivate his yin and yang yuan qi. Not only did it transform his yin and yang yuan qi, but it also improved his realm. Zichen didn't expect to break through to the Earth Yuan realm, but it would be good as long as he could reach the perfection of the mortal Yuan realm. Because at that time, Zichen was absolutely confident that he could kill those who had just stepped into the Earth Yuan realm and had just touched the rules. In these hundreds of years, Su Mengyao had been cultivating with Zichen. She cultivated whatever Zichen cultivated. Zichen's body emitted a golden light for hundreds of years, and her body emitted a mysterious light for hundreds of years. Her innate deduction became more profound, and at the same time her realm was also constantly improving in these hundreds of years. Finally, after hundreds of years, she who had the lowest realm caught up with the others and reached the perfection of the mortal Yuan realm. After more than 100 years, the devil ape and the others had also improved greatly. Their strength, mind, and essence were also constantly transforming. Although they couldn't compare to the body that Zichen had transformed with the Heavenly Book, they were definitely not much worse than the perfect body. After a year, everyone came out of seclusion. Everyone had undergone a lot of changes. Everyone's realm had reached the perfection of the mortal Yuan realm. The true combat strength of these people was not weaker than the Earth Yuan realm. Chapter 11:25. In a year, Wang Shan had only killed a few people from the major forces before he was chased into the red light by an Earth Origin Realm cultivator. He cursed inside, but didn't dare to come out again. In a year, the 7 major forces were extremely impatient. The clan that usually wouldn't act unless there was a rabbit actually sent an Earth Origin Realm cultivator to help. Thus, the 7 major forces became 8 major forces. After a year, the red light that they were so afraid of finally disappeared. It disappeared so suddenly. When the red light disappeared, the major forces began to gather. They were led by an Earth Origin Realm cultivator and went straight to the Wuji sect. Along the way, they saw empty cities. There were no traces of humans in the cities, not even a dog or a bird. The entire city was dead silent. There was no sign of life. Moreover, the ground was covered in dust. It was obvious that no one had lived there for a long time. A year ago, Wang Qiong let the Wuji sect take over the entire savage land and forbade outsiders from entering. No one knew what had happened in the savage land. Today, seeing the empty cities, they felt very strange. Since the cities are empty, then let's just destroy them. As a cold voice sounded, many palm prints appeared in the sky. The palm prints fell, destroying the city walls and destroying the cities below. Everywhere it passed, it didn't matter if it was an empty village, a small town, or a big city, they were all destroyed. Destruction was their only style, but other than destruction, they didn't see a single human. It was as if this area had become a dead zone. They didn't see any living humans until they reached the Wuji sect. More than 20 Earth origin realm cultivators coldly looked down at the Wuji sect. They saw the humans through the transparent formation. Zi Qin, come out and die, an Earth origin realm cultivator said coldly. Come out and die. Then, all the cultivators said coldly, you said that you would forget about the grudge with the Wuji sect. Today you came here to cause trouble. Don't you feel shameless? A cold voice came from the Wuji sect. You killed thousands of our people in the Saint Burial Ground, and now you say we are shameless, an Earth origin realm cultivator said mockingly. That's because you schemed and attacked first, Wang Qiong said again. Everyone knows how to make sense, but it still depends on strength. You don't have the right to ask Zi Qin to come out and talk to me. Sect leader Zi Qin isn't here. Not here? Did you run away in fear? That's fine. I'll kill you all first, and then destroy the Wuji sect. Then I'll kill my way into those small worlds. Don't worry. I promise not to leave a single one alive. In midair, as soon as Earth Origin finished speaking, he raised his hand, as if he was about to break the formation and kill. That's enough. Humans can be shameless. However, when one is shameless to such an extent, one is truly excessively shameless. An ice-cold voice sounded from afar. It was the arrival of the ancient race army. They were led by 7 Earth origin realm cultivators, followed by the human origin army. Gu Xiao, are you here on behalf of your ancient race? Jin Lingqi, I think there should be a limit to your shamelessness. Don't be so shameless. What did you say when you entered the Saint Burial Ground, and what did you do? People were killed because they weren't strong enough. They deserved it. Now you're here for revenge. What is this? Gu Xiao said angrily. The leader of the 7 forces was Jin Lingqi of the Jin clan. Hearing Gu Xiao's accusation, his expression didn't change. There was even a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth. He said, in this world, if you don't have strength, you won't have reason. Today, we want to destroy the Wuji sect only because we are happy, not because of the hatred between us. You can kill whoever you want because you're happy, Gu Xiao said coldly. Jin Lingqi smiled and said, of course. Just like now. If I'm happy, I can let you all go. But if I'm not happy, then I'm sorry, but you all have to stay. I really don't understand. Your ancient race only has a few Earth origin realm cultivators. Who gave you the courage to stop us and go against us? Facing Jin Lingqi's mockery, Gu Xiao's expression turned ugly. However, the ancient race really couldn't transfer more Earth origin realm cultivators. You just said that as long as you're happy, you can kill whoever you want. An even colder voice came from the Wuji sect. That's right. As long as you're happy, Jin Lingqi said. You still say that you don't understand why the ancient race only has a few Earth origin realm cultivators and they dare to go against you. The cold voice sounded again. That's right. I'm very confused, Jin Lingqi said again. The cold voice said, I'm also confused. You're clearly a bunch of idiots. Why do you dare to come to the Wuji sect and behave so atrociously? Who gave you the courage to kill people in the Wuji sect just because you're in a bad mood? Is your confidence coming from the Earth origin realm cultivators or your extremely stupid brains? Facing such mockery, Jin Lingqi's face immediately turned angry. Beside him, the Earth origin realm cultivators also began to emit killing intent. The Wuji sect's protective formation suddenly opened. A group of people walked out. Vice sect leader Wang Qiong and evil good monk stood side by side. Behind them were the Wuji sect senior elders and a group of old monks. Just a bunch of human origin realm cultivators. Just as Jin Lingqi's mocking expression appeared, his expression froze before he could finish speaking. From the back of the group, powerful auras emerged one after another. These auras were all Earth origin realm cultivators. There were a total of 30 Earth origin realm cultivators. Apart from the 23 old monks, there were 6 more from the Floating Mist sect and the Moon Pavilion. 30 Earth origin realm cultivators and 7 from the ancient race made a total of 37 people. The number of Earth origin realm cultivators was far greater than the 7 major forces. Even if the Wuji sect's assassins were included, it was still more than enough. Seeing the change in everyone's expression, evil good monk continued to mock. If numbers could represent one's mood, shouldn't I be very happy right now? Because I have more Earth origin realm cultivators than you, and more human origin realm cultivators than you. As soon as he finished speaking, roars and roars came from the Wuji sect. Then, an army of strange beasts rushed out and surrounded the human origin realm cultivators from the 7 major forces. Everyone's expression turned ugly. They could ignore the army of strange beasts, but they couldn't ignore the 37 Earth origin realm cultivators. He didn't understand why the Wuji sect, which didn't have a single Earth origin realm cultivator, suddenly had 30 Earth origin realm cultivators. After seeing the appearance of the Earth origin realm cultivators, they seemed to have understood everything. Jin Lingqi said to an old monk, "You are from the Buddhist sect. Now that you are standing in front of us, are you going to openly go against our alliance?" Hearing Jin Lingqi's words, the old monk didn't say anything. His mission today was to release the aura of the Earth origin realm cultivators. Although the headmaster didn't tell him not to speak, he had a vague idea of the headmaster's personality after spending some time with him. He knew that in this situation he shouldn't speak because it would steal the headmaster's limelight and make the headmaster unhappy. Sure enough, the next moment, the monk pointed at Jin Lingqi's nose and said, "I say, are you blind? Where are you looking? Mother her, you don't even know who you are, and you still dare to threaten people." Then the monk pointed at his own nose and said, I, Lord Zeng, am the steward of the Buddhist sect, the new leader. Damn it, you didn't even find the right person to threaten. How dare you imitate others to threaten me? Let me tell you, I, Lord Zeng, have long been displeased with you, so I brought people here. The monk pointed at the old monks and said, "They all listen to me. As long as I am happy, they will be happy and can let you go. But if I am unhappy and want to beat you into a pig's head, then sorry, not only will you become a pig's head, you idiots will also become a pig's head." You. Jin Lingqi was furious. The monk's expression became extremely disdainful. He said, "It's not that I look down on you, but you don't have the advantage in terms of numbers. Besides, I am unhappy. I will kill you today if I want to." At this moment, the monk's appearance was seen by more than 100,000 people. Of course, most of them were from the Wuji sect. Their worship of the monks had reached the level of a torrential river. Gu Tai was the leader of an inconspicuous team among the aboriginals. Their team had seen Wang Shan's arrogance and pride before. They admired Wang Shan from the bottom of their hearts. However, when they saw evil good and evil monk again today, they suddenly felt that the two of them were not on the same level. Compared to the monk's arrogance, Wang Shan was simply a small shrimp jumping around in a small ditch. "He is so handsome, even more handsome than Headmaster Zichen. So handsome, so handsome. A monk can be so handsome. So cool, so satisfying." The cultivators of the everlasting sect felt very happy. Jin Lingqi's unreasonable words just now made them feel very sullen. But now, not only did the monk return those words to him, he even gave him a few extra slaps on the face. So satisfying, so satisfying. This was even better than when Headmaster Zi-Chin killed an Earth Origin realm cultivator. No, it was 100 times better. Jean Lingqi's expression changed several times. The situation today was very unfavorable for them, so he couldn't get angry. He had to think of a way to resolve the situation. He suppressed the urge to slap evil good and evil monk to death. At the same time, he looked at the old monk from before and said, "It's still what we said before. If you really want to attack, you're going against the Alliance. Once this is over, the next Alliance army will enter the Western Desert and become Buddhists." The old monk was still silent. All the old monks were silent. Jean Lingqi's hope for the old monk to be calm and know the severity of the situation was lost again. The monk was so angry that his body shook. He pointed at Jean Lingqi's nose and was about to curse. But at this moment, a cold voice spread from the distance. "The Alliance army might step into the Western Desert, but I don't think you will be there. None of you will be there." Chapter 11:26. An entire year passed in the outside world. At a certain time, Zi-Chan and company ended their seclusion and walked out of the room. They had been in seclusion for more than 100 years. Zi-Chin and Su Mengyao had been in seclusion for more than 300 years. Everyone had gained a lot. When they came out, everyone's faces were filled with satisfied smiles. When they saw the young man, they all bowed to him to express their gratitude. The young man waved his hand, indicating that they could leave. But before they left, he once again solemnly warned Zi-Chin about the saint's words about breaking through to the earthly Yuan stage. Only when Zi-Chin expressed that he had memorized every word did the youth nod and open the passageway in relief. Then Zi-Chin put away the time castle amidst the wailing of the perfect body. Everyone left the holy burial ground. When they arrived outside, they saw that there was no longer a rippling light barrier in the sky. At the same time, there were many Earth Essence realm auras in this area. Everyone's expressions changed drastically as they felt that something was amiss. Therefore, they accelerated. When they arrived, they happened to hear Jean Lingqi threaten the old monk. Of course, Zi-Chin had also seen the monk's arrogant look. As soon as his cold words fell, Zi-Chan walked over from afar. Behind him, the perfect body, Demon Ape and company followed closely. After hundreds of years of cultivation, Zi-Chen's essence, vitality, and spirit had transformed once again. Even his realm had risen to the perfected human essence realm. What he needed to consider next was how to come into contact with the rules and advance to the Earth Essence realm. Zi-Chen's aura was already different from before. It was unknown if it was because he had gained a lot from his seclusion, but at this moment he was like an unsheathed sword that emitted a cold light. When everyone's gazes landed on Zi-Chin, they had two feelings. One was that they felt a stabbing pain and discomfort, as though they were being pricked by needles. The other was that he was breathtaking, so breathtaking that it shook their minds. Although it wasn't appropriate to describe a man as stunning, Zi-Chen's current getup was indeed stunning. His appearance wasn't bad to begin with, and now that he was deliberately keeping a straight face, coupled with the thin black clothes he was wearing, his body exuded a unique aura of arrogance. In addition, Zi-Chin was also wearing a pair of pitch-black knuckles that looked like black clouds. He was holding a very unusual black halberd in his hand, and a black headband was tied around his forehead. In between his eyebrows, there was a vivid image of a black flame. Zi-Chin, who was dressed in pure black, combined with Zi-Chen's current aura, could be considered stunning. Even Perfect Body, who was known to be perfect in appearance, became an inconspicuous foil to Zi-Chen's unique aura. In the Everlasting Sect, all the female cultivators' eyes lit up after seeing Zi-Chen. They couldn't help but be attracted to Zi-Chen's temperament. Sect leader. It's the sect leader. Sect leader is back. Finally, someone woke up from the shock and let out a cry of surprise. Then, more and more cries of surprise rang out. "Welcome back, sect leader." A thunderous voice rang out. When all the disciples of the Everlasting Sect saw Zi-Chin, It was as if they had seen their backbone. Their hearts were completely at ease, and their expressions became extremely excited. Some of them were so excited that they cried tears of joy. The monk turned around and saw Zichen approaching. He should have been happy, but at this moment his expression was a bit bitter. This was because he was the one who had created the atmosphere here. His arrogance before had earned everyone's admiration. Although the monk didn't need everyone's admiration to repay him with their bodies, it was good to accumulate some popularity and raise his prestige in the everlasting sect. Perhaps one day, because his popularity would explode, everyone would feel that Zichen wasn't worthy of being the sect leader, and Zichen might be kicked out of the sect leader's position. However, just as this little bit of popularity accumulated, it was crushed by Zichen's cool and stunning entrance. Everyone's popularity was crushed, and Zichen won even more support and trust. Zichen stepped forward and nodded at Wang Qiong and the others. Then he looked at the monk and smiled. "Congratulations on coming out of seclusion." The monk snorted and said, "Same, same." Zichen then looked at the old monks of the Earth Origin Realm. To be honest, although the aura of the Earth Origin Realm was very frightening and shocking, their old appearance was really not flattering. Zichen asked, "You brought them here?" Thinking about his identity, the monk felt that he had to be proud, so he raised his head like a proud rooster and said proudly, "Of course." "Not bad." Zichen nodded and patted the monk's shoulder. Zichen's imperceptible attitude of a superior speaking to his subordinate made the monk unhappy and extremely uncomfortable. So he raised his head again, his eyes already looking at the sky, and said, "Of course I am now." Without waiting for the monk to finish, Zichen said, not bad at all. But this kind of fighting and killing, it's better not to trouble an old man. This kind of thing is what hot-blooded youths should do." The monk did manage to catch his breath and almost died from anger. What did Zichen mean by this? It was because the person he had brought was too old and too ugly. I said, "I'm here to help, okay?" You came like a pug and thanked me. You even dared to pick on my faults. Zichen didn't know about the monk's thoughts. He turned to look at the ancient forces and nodded at Guxiao. Zichen had a deep impression of this Earth Origin Realm cultivator, who had saved his life many times. Nodding his head in acknowledgement, Zichen's gaze landed on the various large factions. His gaze swept across them before he discovered the leader, Jin Lingqi. Involuntarily furrowing his brows, he asked, "Why are you all here?" Jin Lingqi didn't like Zichen's attitude because Zichen would inadvertently reveal the aura of a superior who was used to giving orders. When he spoke, it was more like he was questioning him. Therefore, he clearly felt pressure from Zichen. But in order to protect his face, he still said indifferently, "Of course, it's Tuzong killing people." Tuzong killing people. Zichen frowned again and asked, "Is there a reason?" Jin Lingqi nodded. "Yes, because I'm happy." Zichen nodded and said, "Good, that's a good reason. You're smart. You didn't threaten me directly. I think you know what I said in the Saint Burial Ground. From now on, I, Zichen, will never be threatened again. I won't compromise, and I will fight you to the death." There was confusion in Jin Lingqi's eyes, and his heart was in chaos. "What do you mean I heard you? When did I hear you? I was proudly saying that my reason for killing people was good. What does it have to do with you?" More than 100,000 people looked at Zichen. They were moved by his aura and were even more convinced by the confidence in his words. "Do you see that? This is a real boss. He doesn't need to put on an arrogant look and doesn't need to use words to attack people. The aura he naturally exudes is the aura of a boss." Gutai looked at Zichen from afar. He worshipped this legendary figure more and more. Beside him, the others kept nodding. Their worship of Zichen had reached the peak. The focus of the scene fell on Zichen. It had nothing to do with Tyrant. Tyrant was very angry, but there were no serious consequences. As Zichen said before, he didn't bring these old people here to kill, but to intimidate. Zichen looked at Jin Lingqi and said, "You want to kill me, and I want to kill all of you. How about we fight now?" Jin Lingqi's face turned pale. They didn't have the advantage in numbers. How could they fight? Their battle strength was indeed extraordinary. They came from great forces, but the other party's background was not so low. Zichen directly threatened to fight because he had the advantage in numbers. In Jin Lingqi's eyes, it was too shameless. Jin Lingqi didn't know that just now he had the same idea of fighting with numbers. "You want to kill us, but you don't make a move. Are you waiting for us to make the first move?" Zichen asked again. Jin Lingqi didn't answer because he didn't know how to answer. Today's matter was their miscalculation. If they said the wrong thing or rashly started a fight, they would undoubtedly suffer a great loss. The Earth Origin Stage cultivator, who was full of killing intent, had already restrained his aura. He didn't say a word and chose to remain silent. Zichen looked at Jin Lingqi and sneered. "I often heard people say that silence means consent. Since you are waiting for us to make the first move, I will fulfill your wish." After saying that, Zichen began to release his aura. In a flash, his aura rose to the peak of the human origin stage. Although he didn't break through to the Earth Origin Stage, the peak aura still shocked those who knew Zichen, because Zichen hadn't broken through to the late stage of the human origin stage for long. It had only been a little over a year, but in a little over a year his strength had broken through again, reaching the peak of the human origin stage. He was only a small step away from the Earth Origin Stage. Under normal circumstances, it would take a cultivator of the human origin stage at least 100 years to take this step. Just as everyone was shocked, Zichen rushed forward, toward Jin Lingqi. He was the only one who rushed forward, while the devil ape and the others didn't move. Zichen held the long halberd in his hand tightly, urging the transformed power to strike at Jin Lingqi. Facing Zichen's attack, as an Earth Origin Stage cultivator, Zichen couldn't dodge. He reached out his hand and began to mobilize the power of the laws between heaven and earth. As the leader of this group, Jin Lingqi naturally had some tricks up his sleeve. The power of the laws took shape in the blink of an eye, and then it turned into a light sword. Then a large amount of golden yuan power poured into the light sword, and the light sword formed by the laws instantly turned into a golden light sword. The golden light sword was the model of the laws, and the power of gold was the blade. The moment it took shape, it slashed at the long halberd in front of it. A violent power that contained the power of the laws rippled out from the blade. The terrifying aura stirred the void, and the space shattered and disappeared as the long sword moved forward. Boom! The long halberd and the golden sword collided, producing a loud sound. The void shattered from the collision, and a powerful force began to wreak havoc. Around them, everyone exclaimed and retreated. Chapter 11:27. The one who rushed out was Jin Lingqi. His face was full of shock and disbelief. Everyone retreated. After seeing Jin Lingqi rush out, their expressions immediately changed. Although they didn't believe that Zichen, who took the initiative to attack, would die under this attack, they couldn't help but feel nervous. The energy was still raging. Zichen took a step forward. His black robe fluttered, and his black hair danced wildly. His expression was cold and indifferent. The flame patterns on a halberd in his hand faintly showed signs of glowing. Zichen walked out unscathed. The confrontation with Jin Lingqi just now was considered a draw. One had to know that Jin Lingqi's attack contained the power of laws. Those below the power of laws were like ants, but he didn't have the slightest advantage. From his expression, it could be seen how much Zichen had grown. How can you be so strong?" Jin Lingqi completely lost his composure. The shock on his face didn't dissipate for a long time. His attack just now was broken by Zichen's brute force. Even the power of laws couldn't block this attack. Zichen didn't say anything. He held the halberd and flashed forward again. The lightning wings on his back began to vibrate displaying his extreme speed. In a flash, Zichen arrived in front of Jinlinki. The halberd in his hand suddenly slammed down. Jinlinki pointed with both hands and summoned the power of laws again, forming a golden round shield in front of him. After seeing Zichen's strength, he began to choose to defend instead of taking the initiative to attack. Jinlinki's defensive posture caused an uproar. Swoosh! Zichen's halberd didn't land on the round shield. His figure disappeared in the next moment. When he reappeared, he was behind Jinlinki. The halberd in his hand was raised high, and he slammed it down again. Jinlinki immediately captured Zichen's movement trajectory and mobilized the power of laws to continue his defense. He flashed several times, but Jinlinki stood still. Zichen relied on his extreme speed to constantly appear around him, but he didn't make a single attack. In the sky, there were only flashes of light and shadows. The speed was fast, but there were no energy collisions. Many people were puzzled. Why isn't Zichen fighting? Sect leader, what are you hiding from? Why aren't you fighting? There were more than 100,000 people in the field. Naturally, there were many who did not understand. Because their cultivation levels were not high enough, they could not understand the meaning of this battle. However, those Earth Origin Stage warriors understood. Looking at Zichen, who was constantly changing his position, they became more and more serious. Zichen hadn't launched that strike yet because he didn't want to make a reckless collision. He was looking for the right opportunity. Once he seized the opportunity, Jinlingqi would either be killed or severely injured. He's only at the full circle of human yuan, but he's suppressing Jinlingqi to the point where he can only defend himself. If Zichen breaks through to the Earth Yuan realm, wouldn't he be able to slaughter Jinlingqi? They knew that Zichen had great potential. At this moment, after reaching the full circle of human yuan, although he was not at the Earth Yuan realm, he had the status of an Earth Yuan realm warrior. In this world, no one would dare to underestimate him anymore. Naturally, no one would underestimate the Wuji sect. Seeing Zichen's figure still flashing in the sky, Guxiu said, "Zichen, this is useless. An Earth Yuan realm warrior can manipulate the rules. Under the rules, everything can be seen clearly. Even if you have extreme speed, your movement path is still under the control of the rules. That's right. If you want to use this method to fight me, you won't find a chance even if you tire yourself to death." Jinlingqi laughed. Zichen's figure appeared. He looked coldly at Jinlingqi and said, "It seems that the rules are indeed mysterious. But since that's the case, let's compete with real power." As soon as he finished speaking, Zichen swung his halberd at Jinlingqi. "Real power? No matter how strong you are, you're only at the human yuan realm. As long as I choose to defend, you won't be able to break through." Jinlingqi laughed disdainfully and commanded the shield to block. Pum! The halberd fell. A powerful force exploded, but the shield shattered. Jinlingqi's expression changed. He put away all the arrogance on his face and took the opportunity to retreat. Where the energy touched, another spatial black hole appeared. The terrifying energy continued to wreak havoc. "You have some tricks, but so what? You can break through my defense, but you can't hurt me," Jinlingqi shouted. Zichen strode out of the destructive energy. Without saying a word, he rushed forward and smashed with the halberd again. A sharp whistling sound rang out. The power of the halberd was actually stronger than before. Jinlingqi took a few steps back and formed a seal with his hands. Although he said that he didn't care, when faced with Zichen's attack, he still had to defend with all his strength. The power of the rules gathered around him and formed a defense in front of him again. Boom! The halberd fell. The defense was shattered again, and Jinlingqi was pushed back again. The two were fighting fiercely. Zichen seemed to be strong, forcing Jinlingqi to retreat and suppress him. However, he couldn't kill him effectively. Everything was just as Jinlingqi said. He had rules to defend himself. Zichen's attack could only break the rules, but it couldn't hurt him. If they continued fighting like this, Zichen's aura would become stronger and stronger. However, it didn't help him to kill. Zichen was used to fighting with his fists on the flesh. This kind of fighting style that couldn't kill people made him feel bored. However, he didn't know that at this moment, in the eyes of others, Zichen was suppressing Jinlingqi. He was already a godlike existence, which shocked them to the extreme, especially those Earth Yuan realm warriors who weren't as strong as Jinlingqi. Their faces were pale, because Zichen could suppress Jinlingqi to the point that he couldn't fight back. It meant that he could kill them with his own strength. Once they faced Zichen, they would definitely die. Huh? Zichen shouted. After attacking with all his strength, his essence, Qi and spirit had finally reached the peak. The power in his body was like a tide, crazily rushing towards the halberd. Then, the flame pattern on the halberd started to shine. Flowers lit up one after another. A violent power was emitted from the halberd. At the same time, when Zichen felt the power, he also felt that there was a critical point in his power. This was the barrier that one would encounter when one's strength had truly reached its limit. What formed this barrier was the laws. At this moment, Zichen could clearly feel that this was the most powerful attack he could unleash at his current level. If he wanted to increase his attack power further, he would have to break through the barrier of strength. And to break through the barrier of strength, he would have to comprehend the laws. At that time, it would naturally be the time for him to make a breakthrough. Zichen swung the halberd down. His attack was the same as before. However, in the eyes of the others, this attack had a natural feeling of perfection. Feeling this unusual attack, Jinlingqi's expression changed greatly. He could actually feel the threat of death from this aura. Although he didn't believe that this attack could really kill him, he still trusted his intuition. He roared, and at the same time activated the power of the rules to form layers of defense. Boom! This powerful attack landed, and all of Jinlingqi's defenses were instantly shattered. However, this time, Zichen's attack was too powerful and too violent. Jinlingqi didn't even have time to retreat or dodge. After the halberd shattered the rules, it landed on Jinlingqi's chest. With a crack, Jinlingqi's chest immediately caved in. At the same time, the crisp sound of breaking bones was heard. Jinlingqi was sent flying and he coughed up blood. There were pieces of his internal organs in the blood. This attack had caused great damage to Jinlingqi. Terrifying, this is really terrifying. Is the miracle of a human origin killing an Earth origin going to happen today? This is unbelievable. He actually injured Jinlingqi. Zichen's powerful attack caused exclamations. The cultivators of the Wuji sect were even more excited. That attack just now gave people a feeling of perfection. It even seemed to have touched the barrier of the rules. This Zichen is really terrifying. The Earth origin realm cultivators had the clearest feeling. They could feel the terror of Zichen's attack just now. Jinlingqi's injury was also a clear indication of how terrifying that attack was. On the side of the Alliance, everyone's expression changed when they saw that Jinlingqi was severely injured. After making such a powerful attack, Zichen was in a good mood. At the same time, his mental state was still rising. He was confident that his next attack would be even more terrifying than the previous one. However, as the power of the halberd was poured into it, and it encountered the barrier from before, it couldn't get any stronger. Bang! Increasing his speed with all his strength, Jinlingqi once again endured this attack that had reached his limit. His chest was almost pierced through, but the powerful force passed through his body and crushed all of his internal organs. After being sent flying several hundred meters, he fell to the ground. Zichen's two perfect attacks played a critical role. The leader, Jinlingqi, was completely defeated. If this continued, Jinlingqi would die. Stop fighting! Shouted the Earth origin realm cultivators from the Alliance. Two of them rushed towards Jinlingqi. Stop fighting? Why should we stop fighting? Are you the only ones allowed to kill as you please and not others? As the cold voice sounded, the devil ape and the perfect body stepped forward and stopped the two Earth Origin Realm cultivators. The perfect body held the black axe and slashed at an Earth Origin Realm cultivator. The axe contained a lot of power. Every time it landed, it was like a mountain. The Earth Origin Realm cultivator was forced to retreat. As for the devil ape, it kept swinging its black rod and smashed forward again and again. The two Earth Origin Realm cultivators were forced to retreat by the repeated attacks. They couldn't step forward to help. Zhang Haoyan's figure had disappeared at some point. When everyone realized it, a crazy killing intent burst out from somewhere in the sky. He appeared with a stone sword and stabbed it into the void. The void was pierced through by his attack. The stone sword met a sharp blade. The two sides collided and a sonorous sound erupted. Then, Zhang Haoyan's figure disappeared. In an instant, 3 Earth Origin Realm cultivators attacked, but they were stopped by Zichen's trio. These 3 were only at the mortal origin realm. After the 3 Earth Origin Realm cultivators were stopped, Zichen's third attack arrived. It was also a perfect attack. It passed through layers of defenses and landed on Jin Lingqi. Chapter 1128. Under Zichen's perfect strike, the nomological energy was completely obliterated. The heavily injured Jin Lingqi was no longer able to resist. The powerful energy flowed through the halberd and into his body. Jin Lingqi's expression was one of shock and fear. He could feel death approaching him. He stretched out his hands, grabbed the halberd tightly, and struggled to pull it out. He wanted to prevent the energy from invading his body. He tried several times, but to no avail. The powerful energy drowned his consciousness. Then his consciousness dissipated and he died. Jin Lingqi was killed by Zichen's perfect 3 strikes. Zichen shook the halberd in his hand, intending to shatter Jin Lingqi's body. A voice suddenly sounded, stopping Zichen's next move. Don't destroy the body. I can still refine some nomological fragments. The voice came from Medicine Refining Peak. It came from Cauldron Spirit. With a flick of his hand, Zichen flicked the tip of his halberd, sending Jin Lingqi's corpse flying towards Alchemy Peak. The lid of the everlasting pill cauldron opened with a bang. An array of fire rushed out, enveloping Jin Lingqi. Then it pulled him into the pill cauldron, and the lid of the pill cauldron closed with a bang. After keeping Jin Lingqi, Cauldron Spirit's voice sounded again. The nomological fragments will be of great use to you all in breaking through to the earthly origin realm. Since there are so many earthly origin realm experts here, it's best to get as many as you can. Jin Lingqi's death had already shocked the crowd. Their eyes were filled with fear as they looked at Zichen. But what Cauldron Spirit said next made their blood run cold. They wanted nothing more than to run for their lives. Zichen was only killing people, but Cauldron Spirit was refining people. These earthly origin realm experts wanted to flee, but none of them could. 37 earthly origin realm experts had already surrounded them. In addition, Demonic Ape, Perfect Body, and the others were also coldly looking at these earthly origin realm experts. Tyrant did not move. He seemed to feel that his status as the sect master was too noble. Annihilating earthly origin realm experts. Annihilating earthly origin realm experts. As expected of a legendary figure, he has created another miracle today. This is unbelievable. This is too shocking. Sect Master is powerful. Long live Sect Master. The death of the Golden Zero Pond and the fact that it had been refined left everyone stunned. The Boundless Sect's cultivators even began to cheer loudly. Zichen swept his indifferent gaze across the 20 or so earthly origin realm experts in front of him. Killing intent flashed in his eyes as he said in a cold voice, "Since Cauldron Spirit says that you are useful, you may all stay here." As soon as he finished speaking, Zichen suddenly took 3 steps forward. Then he swung his halberd at a certain spot in the air. Pum! With a loud bang, the air was shattered. A pitch-black energy blade was shattered into pieces. At the same time, an Earth Origin stage assassin was shaken out of the air. His face was covered by a black cloth, and his eyes were clearly filled with shock and surprise, as if he hadn't expected Zichen to be able to discover him. However, Zichen immediately followed up with another attack. It was a perfect attack. The powerful attack broke through the air and landed on the chest of the Earth Origin stage assassin. The defensive laws that he had just erected was instantly shattered. At the same time, his body was sent flying by Zichen. During the process, the assassin was coughing up blood nonstop. The black cloth covering his face was already soaked with blood. "I'll give it to you. Remember to catch it." Zichen's indifferent voice sounded as the assassin in black was sent flying. On Medicine Refinery Peak, the lid of the cauldron that had just been closed opened once again. Immediately after, 2 fire dragons rushed out from the cauldron and coiled around each other. The assassin's strength was clearly much weaker than Golden Zero Pawn's. After taking on Zichen's perfect attack, he was half dead. At this moment, he could no longer resist the fire dragons and was dragged into the cauldron. In less than a minute, the Alliance had lost 2 Earth Origin stage experts. Most importantly, Zichen was the only one who had attacked Zichen. "Long live Zichen! Long live Sect Master! Sect Master, I love you!" The surroundings were dead silent. Everyone was shocked by Zichen's strength. However, the everlasting sect members didn't care. They were the first to break the silence. They were so excited that they jumped up and down and shouted. Some of the female cultivators couldn't help but lose their composure. "Did you see that? What is a boss? This is a real boss." Gu Tai and the others' admiration for Zichen had reached a level where words couldn't express it. Following the waves of exclamations, the faces of the cultivators on the Alliance's side became even paler. They didn't expect the everlasting sect to have reinforcements. However, they didn't expect Zichen to grow so quickly. In just a year, he had the strength to kill an Earth Origin stage expert. Zichen's cold eyes fell on the Alliance. He said indifferently, "Today no one can leave." An Earth Origin stage cultivator forced a smile and said, "Sect Master Zichen, this is a misunderstanding." "That's right. Sect Master Zichen, this is a misunderstanding." "It's really a misunderstanding," said the others. Zichen looked at them and said seriously, "I already said that I won't be threatened by you and I won't compromise. Today, regardless of whether this is a misunderstanding or not, you will all die. Not only will you die, but as long as it's within my power, I will also visit your main forces and find some geniuses to test out their martial arts." His casual words were full of threat. Furthermore, this was the first human in the entire Martial Heaven continent who dared to threaten the 7 major powers. No one would feel good about being threatened like this. But at this moment, they didn't dare to refute because, once they refuted to protect their dignity, they would definitely lose their lives. Although there were times when dignity was more precious than life and needed to be protected with one's life, it was obviously not the time now. Zichen, Sect Master Zichen, everything can be discussed. The Earth Origin stage cultivator's smile was uglier than crying, but he had no choice but to smile in front of Zichen. "In all these years, you've caused trouble for me time and time again, and I've compromised with you time and time again. But in the end, you feel that killing me isn't enough, and you want to target my everlasting sect. If avoiding and compromising really can't solve the problem, then we might as well face it head-on. Let's see who will survive in the end." Zichen's voice was still cold. "That's why I won't compromise again. Naturally, I won't let you go back and bring more people here. The only thing I can do now is kill you. Every time I kill you, I'll have one less enemy in the future. Since you're my enemy, there's no reason for me to let you go." Zichen raised one hand and then slashed down. "Kill! Don't leave a single one alive. Kill, kill, kill these bastards. Kill these bastards of the 5 elements. Deafening shouts rang out as powerful auras began to be released. At this moment, the everlasting sex beast army moved and charged towards the Alliance army. The perfect body, devil ape, and the others moved. They released powerful auras around their bodies. The dragon tiger, savage dragon, and flying divine tiger had already soared into the sky. A huge phantom appeared behind them, and a tyrannical aura began to spread between heaven and earth. Perhaps influenced by Zichen's words, or perhaps because of the monk's signal, the elderly monks also began to release the purest Buddhist light. Although they were old, their strength was not diminished in the slightest. The Buddhist experts released their auras. This was a sign that they were about to attack. The people from the Light Moon Pavilion and the Piao Miao sect also moved. The 7 ancient race experts also released powerful auras. A chaotic battle involving dozens of Earth origin stage cultivators was about to take place. The atmosphere became tense, and a battle was about to break out. The faces of the cultivators from the large factions were pale. Although the battle hadn't started yet, defeat was already a fact. However, in the next moment, a violent aura that covered all the powerful auras appeared. This aura was like an aura that only existed in heaven and earth. It was extremely powerful and terrifying. Wherever the aura passed, everyone's heart palpitated and trembled. Under the envelopment of this aura, everyone, including the Earth origin stage cultivators, felt that their lives were threatened. It was as if this aura could kill them with just a thought. This is the Sky Origin Stage. Sky Origin Stage. It's the aura of the Sky Origin Stage. Why is there a Sky Origin Stage cultivator here? Under the envelopment of this aura, everyone's expression changed. No one could remain calm. Even Zichin, who had the intention to kill, felt his heart palpitate. At this moment, no one knew where this expert who released the aura of the Sky Origin Stage was from, so no one dared to move. I say, is it fun to fight and kill like this? An old voice came from afar. In the next moment, an old man appeared in the middle of the battlefield. It was as if he had teleported. The old man was wearing a sackcloth. His face was full of wrinkles, and his eyes were cloudy. He looked very ordinary, but this ordinary old man had the strength of the Sky Origin Stage. His aura alone was enough to stop the battle that was about to break out. When the old man appeared, everyone on the battlefield respectfully greeted him. Zichin and the others were very cautious. They were even a little scared. This Sky Origin Stage cultivator who appeared out of nowhere might be from a large faction. Just now, he didn't care about the large factions and could kill as he pleased. However, in front of a Sky Origin Stage cultivator, he didn't dare to move at all. He was as docile as a lamb. May I ask where you are from, Senior? An Earth Origin Stage cultivator from a large faction bowed and asked excitedly. The Wuji sect didn't even have an Earth Origin Stage cultivator, so naturally they wouldn't have a Sky Origin Stage cultivator. Therefore, the Earth Origin Stage cultivator guessed that this person was from their side. The old man looked at the Earth Origin Stage cultivator. In his old voice, there was a hint of indifference. He said, "Don't worry, I am not from your large faction." When the Earth Origin Stage cultivator heard the first sentence, he became even more excited. He wanted to jump up and point at Zichen's nose and curse him. However, when he heard the second sentence, his heart immediately turned cold. If you really want to know where I come from, I should be considered as someone from this area. If you really want to know where I come from, then I am also considered as someone from the Wuji sect. The old man said again. Chapter 1129. Senior, are you from the Wuji sect? Zichin bowed to the old man and asked excitedly. His mood was similar to the Earth Yuan Realm cultivators. Little guy, don't be too happy. I was only a member of the Wuji sect in the past, not the current Wuji sect. Back then, I was only an outer disciple of the Wuji sect. In the end, I was expelled from the sect. I never had a good impression of the Wuji sect. Zi Chen's excited expression immediately froze. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. His expression became very interesting. As for the Earth Yuan realm cultivators, they naturally didn't dare to say anything. However, they were still somewhat happy. After all, they were expelled from the sect. They didn't have a good impression of the Wuji sect. Thinking that the old man was here to seek revenge, they were also secretly shocked. An outer disciple who was expelled from the sect could reach the Heaven Yuan realm. Just how powerful was the Wuji sect in the past? I don't have any relationship with either of you. I'm just an old man waiting for death. However, your fighting and killing is too noisy. It affects my quality of life, so I had to stand up. In the field, only the old man spoke. Even if they guessed the meaning of his words, no one dared to speak rashly. The old man looked at the big powers and said, "Although your shamelessness has been known in the martial sky continent for many years, there should be a limit. Now that the demon race is invading, you little guys don't go kill demons to improve your strength. Instead, you spend your time fighting amongst yourselves. It's true that each generation is worse than the previous. If this continues, when the great chaos arrives, perhaps the overlords of the martial sky continent will face the danger of reshuffling." All the Earth Yuan realm cultivators lowered their heads, not daring to say a word. If these words were said by someone else, they would definitely snort disdainfully. They might even fight them to the death. However, these words came from a Heaven Yuan realm cultivator. No one dared to refute. Zichen suddenly raised his head and asked the old man, "Senior, are you here to stop this fight?" The old man looked at Zichen and said, "I know you're feeling wronged. You've been suppressed for a long time, and now you finally have the strength to show your might. However, what I want to say is that not only am I here to stop this fight, I'm also here to stop the fight that's about to happen. In other words, I'm here to mediate." Zi Chen's face was filled with dissatisfaction. "Senior, do you think that they're shameless enough to mediate? Of course, maybe now, but once they leave this place, they'll regret it. In a few days, a group of experts will come and sweep the Wuji sect." The old man didn't mind Zi Chen's impoliteness at all. He smiled and said, "That's all in the past. Now I'm here to mediate. If I say I can mediate, then I can." This was the promise of a Heaven Yuan realm cultivator. Logically, everyone should believe it. However, Zichen didn't. He had seen many Heaven Yuan realm cultivators, and he had even seen them die with his own eyes. Therefore, when a Heaven Yuan realm cultivator appeared, he could respect and fear him, but he wouldn't be intimidated. Therefore, Zichen bowed to the old man again and said respectfully, "Senior, you might not know this, but there are Heaven Yuan realm cultivators in those forces." This sentence could be considered as a warning, but it could also be considered as disdain. It meant that the other side also had Heaven Yuan realm cultivators. "Who do you think you are to mediate just because you said so?" The old man laughed loudly. "Little guy, even you know about this, let alone me. Not only do I know that they have Earth Yuan realm cultivators, I also know that when you were imprisoned in the Thunder God Palace, you saw the appearance of the heaven-defying artifact with your own eyes. You saw the heaven-defying artifact kill a Heaven Yuan realm cultivator." Zi Chen's mind was greatly shaken, and he looked at the old man in shock. The old man said, "Don't worry. Even the few great forces in the past would give me some face, let alone now." After the Thunder God Palace disappeared once again, their Heaven Yuan realm cultivators have already left this world in search of a stronger force. Even the majority of Earth Yuan realm cultivators have left. Those who are left behind are those who are afraid of death. As if he felt that this statement wasn't right, the old man added, "Of course, there are also those who are retired." The group of old monks put their palms together, closed their eyes, and retracted the Buddha's light around their bodies. They didn't comment on whether the statement was right or wrong. Naturally, this statement wasn't completely correct, but no one dared to refute it at this moment. Everyone present didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Only Zichin felt that it was unfair and dared to speak to a Heaven Yuan realm cultivator in such a tone. After receiving another promise, Zichen cupped his fists and bowed, and said respectfully, "Since Senior is confident, then everything will be up to Senior. I will bet the lives of hundreds of thousands of people in the everlasting sect on Senior. Little fellow, don't try to play tricks in front of me. Since this old man is willing to appear, I naturally won't harm you." Zichen smiled apologetically and said, "This matter concerns the lives of hundreds of thousands of people. Senior is a high and mighty figure, and I am only a human walking in the mortal world. Naturally, I can't ignore it." This flattery was very effective on the old man, and he laughed heartily. Zichin, who had just said that he wouldn't be threatened and wouldn't compromise, had now yielded. However, no one in the everlasting sect blamed Zichin. Instead, they worshipped Zichin even more, and felt a greater sense of belonging to the everlasting sect. This was because Zichin was under great pressure to bargain with a Heaven Yuan realm cultivator for them. This proved that Zichin cared about every single person in the everlasting sect. Boss, as expected of boss. He knows when to yield and when to stand tall. He even thinks about all the disciples in the sect. "No, I want to join the everlasting sect." Gu Tai and the other outsiders admired Zichin even more. "All right, you all can leave now. Go back and find someone who can speak. Tell them that I, Li Daoxing, have called them here to discuss peace." As he spoke, the old man waved his hand, indicating for them to leave. "Don't, Senior." "They can't leave yet," Zichin hurriedly said. "What, do you think they won't come back if they leave? Or do you think this old man is lying to you?" The old man was a little dissatisfied. "Senior, you misunderstand. What I mean is that they can't leave yet. They are all hostages." "Hostages?" The old man looked at Zichin, puzzled. The others were also puzzled. Why were all these people hostages? Were they bargaining chips for the peace talks? "Senior, you're a high and mighty existence. You can come and go as you please, but we can't. We're still humans, and humans need to live. Today we're facing 7 factions and the Killer Clan. That's equivalent to being surrounded by 8 factions. Let's not talk about how heavy the losses are. Just mobilizing this army took a lot of effort and resources. Don't you think they shouldn't express their gratitude?" Suddenly, Zichin heard a voice transmission. "Oh, also, when they came, they destroyed all the buildings in this area to vent their anger and show their evil side. Now the entire area is in ruins, and the resources needed to rebuild it are astronomical. This is not something a small everlasting sect like ours can support. Today, we also suffered heavy losses. Many cultivators are physically and mentally traumatized. They will need to consume resources for a long time to recover. Earlier, when they came, they used all their strength to break the formation. Countless disciples protected the formation and suffered unimaginable injuries. Just recovering from those injuries will require a huge amount of resources." Dumbfounded. Everyone was dumbfounded. They looked up at Zichin, who was speaking with fervor and assurance in the sky, but his mouth was full of nonsense. It was as if he could make a dead person come back to life. They felt as if they were looking at a different person. Now, Zichin was like an unscrupulous merchant. He no longer had the arrogant aura of a sect leader or the arrogant aura that had swept away thousands of girls. There was only one aura on Zichin's body right now, and that was shamelessness. Shameless. Truly shameless. In terms of shamelessness, there were 3 people who were more famous. They were the perfect body, the good and evil monk, and Wang Shan. However, when the 3 of them looked at Zichin in the sky and heard the groundless losses and real compensation, they realized how low their realm was. Only then did they realize that shamelessness had such a profound realm. While they were blushing with shame, the people from the large factions had the urge to cry. "We didn't do anything. All we did was say a few words, and we were called idiots and slapped in the face. That's a loss. We didn't even do anything. If you want to talk about fighting, it's you, Zichin, who did it. But look at the result. We lost 2 Earth origin stage cultivators. That's a big loss. You didn't lose a single person. What kind of loss do you have? That's right. Before we came, we destroyed some villages, but it wasn't as serious as you said. We destroyed so many cities in the entire region, and there are still many things waiting to be done. The people from the large factions felt wronged and wanted to cry. When the old man heard Zichen spouting nonsense, he was amused. He had lived for countless years, and it was rare to see someone as shameless as Zichen. He laughed and said, "According to what you said, there are indeed some losses. But if I remember correctly, your Wuji sect is a big sect and has abundant resources. It's not inferior to some of the older factions. How can you not be able to take out such a small amount of resources?" Zichen said with a bitter face, "Senior, where did you hear this rumor? Not only is it untrue, it's also exaggerated. Look at our sect. It's been dozens of years since we built it, and it's time to rebuild it, but we don't have any resources, so we've been holding it back. Look at my disciples, even Origin Core Realm cultivators and even Mortal Origin Realm cultivators have to work in the mines. They don't even have time to rest or cultivate. As for the weaker disciples, they work all day long. We don't have any resources, so we can only train them from a young age to prevent them from falling behind others. Didn't a very famous senior once say that stupid birds fly first? We don't have any resources, so we're just stupid birds." Chapter 1130. What did it mean to bully? This was what it meant to bully. What did it mean to be wronged? This was what it meant to be wronged. What did it mean to bully others? Obviously, this was what Zichen was doing right now. What nonsense. Even a fool would know that the older a mountain gate was, the better. This was basic knowledge. Some sects were proud of their mountain gates that had been around for thousands of years. However, Zichen was using basic knowledge to fool others. Was he trying to challenge everyone's intelligence? In the eyes of the big sects, Zichen was just a shameless old dog. They had already cursed Zichen's family countless times in their hearts. What Dan Yuan and Rin Yuan were mining? They were mining resources, okay? They were resources from the small worlds of certain realms. They didn't have time to cultivate or rest. If they were given such a small world, they would rather eat and live in the mines, mining without sleep or rest until they died. Those were resources. Don't be so shameless. The clumsy bird flies first. Hearing this, everyone once again cursed Zichen's family in their hearts. This was because the Wuji sect had too many resources. Most of them could be trained from ordinary people. How could this be called poor? The cultivators of the big sects had the urge to die. Luckily, this Sky Origin Stage Senior was a reasonable man. He knew that Zichen was talking nonsense, so he decided not to listen to him. Otherwise, Zichen could use this as an excuse to ask for more resources in the future when he wanted to negotiate with them. Of course, they believed that Zichen would not admit that this was an excuse. He would say that this was evidence of compensation. The old man didn't want to listen. It was pointless for Zichen to say it alone, so he nodded and shut up obediently. He didn't want to talk about this topic anymore. Then, he turned to look at the reinforcements. At the same time, he pointed at a cultivator at the peak of the human prime and said, You go back and send a message. Tell your family leader and their family leaders to come and negotiate." Why me? This mortal essence cultivator was very confused. There were still over 20 elemental level cultivators in the arena. Why would it be his turn? Moreover, the earth elemental level cultivators were faster, so why would they let him go? I naturally have my reasons for letting you go. Remember, you're the only one who's going to inform all the factions. Remember, you have to clearly tell them to bring more resources when you come. Those resources can be refining materials, spirit stones, spirit elixirs, yuan stones, and yuan liquefied yuan stones. Remember, the more the better. Also, you have to be quick because these hostages... Oh, hostages don't sound nice, they're captives. These captives have to pay me for their food and lodging. They're all mortal and earth yuan. Their appetite is huge, and their daily expenses are astronomical. Before Zi-Chun could finish his words, the human origin realm cultivator ran away. To be honest, he was completely scared away. He seriously doubted whether Zi-Chun would take into account the cost of their trip back and forth. If he were to calculate everything one by one, he didn't know if he could compensate Zi-Chun with all the clan's resources. Men, bring Senior back to the sect to rest. Remember to serve him well. Zi-Chun ordered Lu to do this. At the same time, he warned Lu to treat this person the same as his own ancestor. Watching the old man leave, Zi-Chun pointed at the cultivators from the other factions. Lock up these captives as well. Remember, kill anyone who dares resist. Groups of people charged out of the everlasting sect. Whether it was intentional or not, they were all at the core realm. Their cultivation bases were a level lower than the captives. Letting them take away the human origin realm cultivators was purely disgusting. The contrast between Zi-Chun and before was too great. This made everyone's jaws drop. However, just as people said, when people liked or admired a person to the extreme, they couldn't see the other party's flaws at all. All they could see were the resplendent points of brilliance. Zi-Chun's shameless actions made the Earth origin realm cultivators of the large factions want to cry. However, in the eyes of others, this was called human and down to earth. Zi-Chun was no longer the high and mighty sect master in their eyes. He was no longer an unreachable cool youth, nor was he a miraculous figure filled with legends. Instead, he was a person of flesh and blood, like a big brother next door. This made them admire Zi-Chun even more. Naturally, they liked him even more. At some point in time, the perfect body stood beside the monk. The two of them looked at Zi-Chun, who had once again become aloof and arrogant. Their eyes were filled with admiration. Impressive, truly impressive. Such a shameless realm is indeed worth us pondering over. It's worth humbly learning from. Then the two of them began to discuss the realm of shamelessness. At that moment, Monk Ming Xian came in front of Monk Good and Evil. Greetings, Sect Master. Ming Xian had clearly learned of the monk's identity as Sect Master. He wasn't surprised at all. The monk was a bodhisattva and had a lot to do with Buddha. No one would object if he wanted to be the Grand Sect Master, much less Sect Master. The monk looked at Ming Xian and nodded. Perfected human essence. Yes, not bad. Ming Xian looked up and looked at the distant Zi-Chun before looking at Monk Good and Evil. He wanted to say something, but hesitated. Ming Xian, do you have something to say to me? The monk asked, putting on airs. Ming Xian didn't speak immediately. Instead, he glanced at the perfect body beside him before sending a voice transmission to the monk. What? There's such a good thing? Seriously? The monk lost his composure. The perfect body looked at Monk Good and Evil in confusion. He didn't understand what the other party had heard to have such a huge reaction. He naturally couldn't discover anything from Monk Good and Evil. Then he looked at Monk Ming Xian. The latter pressed his palms together and chanted a Buddhist proclamation with a benevolent expression. However, he didn't continue speaking. Monk Ming Xian's silence was clearly a tacit agreement. Therefore, Monk Good and Evil ran toward Zi-Chun and shouted, Zi-Chun, I heard that you obtained some good things in the holy burial ground. Upon hearing this, the perfect body suddenly slapped his forehead and reacted. At the same time, he looked at Monk Ming Xian seriously. He thought to himself that this fellow looked very honest and benevolent, but he was also a bad person. In the holy burial ground, Zi-Chun had given Monk Ming Xian an ancient armament. At this moment, the latter had come to Monk Good and Evil to report. Clearly, he wasn't just talking about the ancient armament. Instead, he had taken a fancy to Zi-Chun's 2 black castles. If not for the Castle of Time, even if Zi-Chun's life was demanded, Zi-Chun wouldn't give it to others. However, it was different now. With the Castle of Time, the 2 black castles were dispensable. Therefore, he could still obtain them through certain means. After figuring this out, the perfect body hurriedly sought out the ancient cultivator. At the same time, he gained a deeper understanding of monk Ming Xian's evil nature. Not only was this fellow evil, but he was also very smart. Zichen was very satisfied with his performance today. Be it his combat strength or eloquence, he was very satisfied. Just as he was thinking about how many resources he should ask for from the large factions, he heard the monk shout. Before he could respond, his shoulder was hugged by the monk. The monk was slightly shorter than Zichen and was fat. At that moment, he hugged Zichen's shoulder, so he could only hold his side. Zichen looked down at the monk and asked, "What's the matter?" "It's nothing serious," the monk said. "If it's nothing serious, there must be something trivial. Just get Wang Qiong to settle it." With that said, Zichen, who realized that something was amiss, prepared to leave. The monk tugged at Zichen's clothes and said, "Wang Qiong can't handle such a trivial matter. I can only let you handle it. I don't have the time now. We'll talk about it when I'm free," Zichen added. "No, although it's a trivial matter, it's still a rather urgent matter." The monk tugged at Zichen's clothes, refusing to let go. "I really don't have the time." "It's fine if you don't have the time. Give me an ancient castle, and everything will be fine." The monk tugged at Zichen with one hand and extended his other hand. He was rather direct. "What ancient castle? Don't play dumb with me. I traveled thousands of kilometers to bring reinforcements, but I didn't even ask you for an aid fee. I asked for a round-trip fee and a fee for dispatching experts. All I asked for was a crappy ancient castle, and you aren't happy," the monk said unhappily. "All right then, I'll give you the expert fee and reimburse the round-trip fee. Ask Wang Qiong to calculate and give you the equivalent of human-level soldiers." "Bah, human-level soldiers? Who cares? My expenses are calculated using the time castle. You can barely give me 8 or 10 of them." Zichen looked down at the monk, and the monk stared back at Zichen. The two of them didn't speak anymore. They were like fighting cocks, neither giving in to the other. What is the sect master doing? He's looking at the good and evil monk. Why isn't he saying anything? Who knows? They're probably communicating telepathically. Telepathically? I don't think so. It seems like they're communicating with their eyes. Communicating with their eyes? Doesn't that mean their hearts are connected? Oh my God. Does sect master Zichen have such a hobby? But why is it the good and evil monk? I heard that sect master Zichen's life is very strict, although he has many close female friends. It has never happened before. Oh my God, could it be that sect master Zichen? Both parties looked at each other. Everything around them naturally couldn't escape their eyes. Naturally, Zichen and the monk heard the words that they thought were insignificant. Upon hearing these words, Zichen's expression changed. As for the monk, he raised his head smugly as though he wasn't afraid. "You are truly shameless." Zichen gritted his teeth and said coldly, "I'll give it to you after the negotiation. To be called shameless by you, Zichen, it looks like I've just experienced it deeply. I've imperceptibly raised my realm." The monk smiled smugly and declared victory. Below, Su Mengyao, Lin Shui, and company covered their mouths and chuckled. However, just as Zichen turned around, he was stopped by someone. It was the perfect body. He had gone to report this matter to the ancient cultivator, but the ancient cultivator said that this was a matter between young people. It wasn't good for an old fellow like him to appear. Furthermore, that item was too precious. It was naturally impossible to exchange for it with resources. Since he couldn't exchange for it, he could only ask for it. Coincidentally, the perfect body had just seen the monk's shameless way of asking. Therefore, when Zichen turned around, he stared into Zichen's eyes. Boring. Zichen flicked his sleeve and turned to leave. However, the perfect body flashed and stared at Zichen again. How boring. Zichen snorted coldly and prepared to escape. However, at such a close distance, no one could avoid the perfect body. The perfect body stared at Zichen without saying a word. Zichen was extremely furious. How boring. The perfect body remained silent as he stared at Zichen. Below, Lin Shui laughed and said, "Which weirdo thought of this method? It's really ruthless. He knows that Zichen is thin-skinned, so he stared at him like this. Hee hee, I'll look at him like this later. Enough. We'll talk after we're done." Zichen was furious. The perfect body was smug as he made a victory gesture at the distant monk. Zichen finally succeeded in returning to the ground, but he never expected to meet Lin Shui's gaze. Lass. Zichen tapped Lin Shui's glabella heavily. Lin Shui pouted in pain and said, "It hurts. You weren't like this just now." Chapter 1131. After returning to the Wuji sect, Zichen immediately went to find the old man. But the old man was not at his residence. It was said that he had gone to the Medicine Refinery Peak. Medicine Refinery Peak. Zichen slightly creased his brows, but soon felt relieved. The other party must have gone to Medicine Refinery Peak to look for Senior Cauldron Spirit. Cauldron Spirit was an existence that had lived for eons, and this person was a heavenly Yuan expert. They might be old friends. Li Daoxing had indeed come to look for Cauldron Spirit. However, Zichen's guess that the two were old friends was not accurate, because as soon as they arrived, Li Daoxing bowed to the Wuji Danding. "Greetings, Senior." After a flash of light, Cauldron Spirit appeared. He looked at Li Daoxing with furrowed brows. Clearly, he didn't recognize him. "Senior, it's me, Xiao Daoxing. I was an outer sect elder back then. I made a huge mistake and was expelled from the sect." Li Daoxing said respectfully and excitedly, "It's you, Xingdao Li." Cauldron Spirit's eyes flickered with radiance. He laughed heartily and said, "So it's you." The great name of punishing, Saber, Li was a household name back then. Xingdao Li said awkwardly, "Senior, you flatter me. If Senior did not plead for mercy on my behalf, I would have lost my life long ago and not just been expelled from the sect." Cauldron Spirit waved his hand and said, "This is my fault. How can I punish you?" "No, it is Senior who is benevolent," said Xingdao Li. "All right, the Boundless sect is no more, and we haven't seen each other in so many years, so there's no need to be so polite. Come, accompany me inside." Cauldron Spirit walked towards the grand hall, not far away, with Xing Daily following behind. When they arrived at the grand hall, Xing Daily hastily wiped a chair with his sleeve and gestured for Cauldron Spirit to take a seat. "That's enough. Look at yourself. You're already so old. You're no longer young. Let's just talk to each other as equals," said Cauldron Spirit smilingly. Soon enough, the maid served tea and snacks. Cauldron Spirit personally poured a cup of tea for Xing Daily. Xiao Daoxing wouldn't dare. Xingdao Li was flattered. Back then, you would slash anyone you didn't like. You even dared to slash the patriarchs of those major powers. Why wouldn't you dare? Cauldron Spirit's smile widened as he recalled the past. Xingdao Li said awkwardly, "That was many years ago." Cauldron Spirit looked at Xingdao Li and said, "You must be here to help Zichen resolve his crisis." Xingdao Li nodded and said, "That's right." Although the Wuji sect was destroyed, Zichen established the Wuji sect again. "Since I am here, I can't just watch the Wuji sect be destroyed." The commotion in the holy burial ground was too big. It killed all the cultivators above the Earth Prime stage, forcing me to leave. I only came back today and sensed Senior's presence. Otherwise, I would have come to greet Senior already. Fortunately, you have appeared. Otherwise, the Wuji sect would have been in real danger. Come, have a taste. This is good stuff. Cauldron Spirit picked up a teacup. A faint fragrance filled the air. Xingdao Li answered and picked up the teacup. He said, "There shouldn't be any danger. At least, there shouldn't be any danger today. Moreover, those major powers will suffer great losses. Their heavenly origin stage and earthly origin stage experts have all left. They won't be able to do anything to the Wuji sect in a short period of time. But then again, Zichen has established the Wuji sect less than 500 years ago." Cauldron Spirit put down the teacup and said, "This little guy is indeed extraordinary. He has the same demeanor as you did back then." Xing Dao Li poured some water into Cauldron Spirit's teacup. After pouring the water, he shook his head and said, "I have been roaming the mortal realm for the past few years, and I have some understanding of Ziqin. To be honest, I really can't compare with him. Just the history of his growth alone is enough to put me to shame. Most importantly, not only is he brave, he is also resourceful, which is hard to come by. None of his friends are ordinary people. It has been many years since we last met. Who would have thought that the Xing Dao Li who used to brandish his blade and slash at random would have learned to be humble today? I'm not being humble. It's the truth. I am just an ordinary person. Ziqin is different. Although I can't divine the direction of his destiny, I believe that he will be an extraordinary person in the future. Moreover, every time he was in danger, he would have a benefactor helping him." Cauldron Spirit smiled and said, "You have saved him and his everlasting sect. You are also his benefactor." Xing Dao Li shook his head again and said, "I only came to lend a helping hand because I had a sudden inspiration. I can't be considered a benefactor. Besides, the everlasting sect had nurtured me back then. I have always felt guilty for not participating in the final battle. Although this everlasting sect is not the same everlasting sect, I am repaying my debt of gratitude." "You are very considerate." Cauldron Spirit nodded. He then asked about Xing Dao Li's recent situation. The two chatted happily. Finally, when they talked about the everlasting sect, Cauldron Spirit asked, "Did the everlasting sect really perish back then?" Xing Dao Li found it strange and asked, "Senior, you don't know?" Cauldron Spirit smiled and said, "How would I know? Back then, not long after the main army left, the entire everlasting sect was met with a devastating calamity. All the forces wanted to come and get a share of the loot. The great defensive formation of the sect did not last long before it was broken. Seeing that the situation was not good, I brought Dan Ding into the pocket world and sealed it for 10,000 years. I thought that they would open the pocket world after they returned, but after 10,000 years no one came. I knew that the everlasting sect was finished. It's all because of those bastards back then. Otherwise, how could the everlasting sect have been destroyed? So many experts were sent to attack the lightning divine palace. Is that plaything something that can be opened so easily? That bastard sect master is the same. So many people advised him to wait a little longer, but he stubbornly insisted on going his own way and fell into a trap. He deserves it." Xing Dao Li was furious and heartbroken. Cauldron Spirit smiled and said no more. Xing Dao Li took a short pause before he continued. "Although the everlasting sect has indeed been destroyed, there were simply too many experts back then. So many that even the 5 elemental powers felt threatened. Otherwise, they wouldn't have schemed against the everlasting sect. I have often wondered how so many experts could have died all of a sudden. And as for Sect Master, although I have always hated his way of doing things, he didn't seem to have a short lifespan. Later on, I speculated that some of them might still be alive." Cauldron Spirit said, "You mean that they have gone to another world?" "That's just my guess. I have only been to that world once over the years. I have never met anyone. That world is so big. It's easier said than done to meet someone you know without the exact coordinates." Cauldron Spirit shook his head and smiled. A trace of hesitation appeared on Xing Dao Li's face. He seemed to have something to say. "Ask away if you have any questions. I heard that you came from that world." "That's not a secret. Why are you hesitating for so long? In that case, you should know which of these 2 worlds is the main world. Truth be told, I came here today because I have a request. That is, I wish to know which one is the main world." "Senior, please tell me," Xing Dao Li pleaded. "Why are you asking this question?" Cauldron Spirit asked puzzledly. "I have been stuck at that bottleneck for tens of thousands of years. I have been wandering between the 2 worlds. Not only am I unable to find the answer, But as time passes, I even have the feeling that I will get lost in this world. For the past several thousand years, I have been moving about in this world. I have been an ordinary person, doing business, being a city lord, being a sect master of a large sect, being an elder, and so on. But I have never found the answer. Cauldron's spirit smiled and said, I am just a medicine refiner. How can I help you? In this world, every cultivator will encounter bottlenecks. Some will encounter bottlenecks in the true energy realm, while some will encounter bottlenecks in the Scientian realm. After overcoming one bottleneck, you will soon discover another bottleneck. It is like climbing a mountain. When you reach the summit, you will discover that there is an even taller mountain not far away. I understand what you are saying, but in the world of cultivators, after reaching the earthly Yuan realm, you're no longer climbing mountains, but building mountains, Cauldron's spirit said. The principle is actually the same. As for why you got lost in the two worlds because of such a simple problem, it is because you are thinking too much and being too greedy. Xing Daoli put on a puzzled face and asked, What do you mean? Think about it. If you are a child and you are asked to eat an adult's portion for a meal, what will happen to you? Xing Daoli was once an ordinary person. Therefore, without thinking, he said, you will feel bloated and uncomfortable. That's right. You will feel bloated and uncomfortable because it is beyond your ability to digest. But think about it. What if you are asked to eat 2 or even 3 servings for an adult? This time, before Xing Daoli could answer, Cauldron's spirit said, You will die. You will die if you eat too much. Xing Daoli seemed to be deep in thought. The reason you got lost is because what you are pursuing is beyond your ability. It is like how a child eats and a cultivator cultivates. Those with talent will naturally grow faster. Take Zi Qin, for example. His strike could touch the barrier of the natural laws. I believe that the strike of most earthly Yuan realm experts would not be able to touch the barrier. But when Zi Qin needs to make a choice, he will have many choices. At the same time, he can afford to give up on some of them. Xing Daoli raised his head and asked, Senior, are you saying that I am not strong enough? You can understand it that way, but you can't understand it that way. Forget it. It is hard to explain. Besides, I have never experienced it myself. Since you asked me which world is the primary world, I can only say that I don't know. Because the world is the earliest to form. If there is a God, he is the only one who knows which world is the primary world and which is the secondary world. Even you don't know. But they all say that you are the most ancient existence in this world. Even if it is ancient, it is still ancient. But in this world, your question is just like the question of chicken and egg. There will never be an accurate answer because there is no way to verify it. But which one do you think came first? Cauldron's spirit shook its head in response to Xing Daoli's incessant questioning and said, It's not about which one I think came first. It's your own opinion. If you think the chicken came first, then the chicken came before the egg. It all depends on your heart. But this world doesn't recognize what I see. It thinks that what I see is fake. Cauldron's spirit smiled and said, Why do you need the world to recognize it? Just recognize it yourself. Chapter 1132. When it came to the edicts of a world, there were some things that commanded respect and reverence. This was the case for Xing Daoli and Cauldron Spirit. Although the two appeared to be discussing the chicken and the egg, they were actually discussing the edicts of a world. Xing Daoli still could not understand, even after talking for a long time. His vision was still shrouded in fog. This question had troubled him for tens of thousands of years. There were many heavenly origin realm experts in this world who were troubled by the same question. It was impossible for him to change his view of the world just because of a few words from Cauldron Spirit. Similarly, it was impossible for him to be enlightened and make a breakthrough in his realm just because of a few words from Cauldron Spirit. Furthermore, Cauldron Spirit himself did not know much about the edicts of a world. All he talked about were his insights and experiences over the years. Seeing that Xing Daoli still could not understand, Cauldron's spirit spread his hands helplessly and said, "You see, there's so many things that you don't understand. In fact, the more I talk, the more confused I become. This is something that you should be worrying about. Don't let this old man be confused." Xingdao Li was still grateful to Cauldron's spirit, even though Cauldron's spirit did not answer his question. After the two chatted for a while longer, Xingdao Li got up and took his leave. As soon as he returned to his residence, Zichen, who had received the news, rushed over. Zichen knocked on the door and entered. When he saw Xingdao Li, who was deep in thought, he stood there and did not immediately speak. It was only after a while that Xingdao Li noticed Zichen. He asked, "Is there anything I can help you with?" Zichen respectfully saluted and asked, "Senior, may I know what I need to prepare for the peace talks?" Xingdao Li did not understand the problem of the world, and he had not figured out the problem of the egg. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Xingdao Li was about to put these questions aside when he heard Zichen's question. He put on a playful smile and said, "Prepare? What do you need to prepare? Aren't you just waiting for the other side to raise the price?" Zichen put on an awkward smile and said, "I just want to know the details. Is there anything I need to pay attention to? Or does Senior have any instructions?" Zichen's question was to see if there was a bottom line for the Senior. He did not ask directly, but fortunately, Xingdao Li understood. He waved his hand and said, "There are no instructions. Everything is up to you. Just follow your heart." "Thank you, Senior." After receiving a satisfactory answer, Zichen expressed his gratitude and took his leave. "Wait," Xingdao Li suddenly said. Zichen stopped and looked at Xingdao Li in confusion. Xingdao Li also looked at Zichen and asked seriously, "Do you know which came first, the chicken or the egg?" Zichen was stunned by this question. He scratched his head, not knowing how to answer. "Just follow your heart. It's fine. Just treat it as chatting," Xingdao Li said. Zichen nodded, then thought for a moment and said, "It should be the chicken first. No, the egg first." "Ah, the chicken lays the egg, and the egg hatches the chicken. That's still not right." This was a question that Zichen had never considered before. At this moment, he was also puzzled. However, when he saw Xingdao Li's eager eyes, it was obvious that he wanted an answer no matter what. Thus, Zichen came to a realization and said, "Yes, I understand. To be precise, there should be eggs first." There were eggs first. Xingdao Li was startled by this, and the expression on his face became even more confused. Zichen explained, "That's right. Whether it was the chicken or the egg first, it doesn't make sense. So, what makes sense is that the egg came first. But does the egg mean that there was both a chicken and an egg at the same time?" Xingdao Li was like a student who was seeking knowledge, but he was asking a childish question. However, his expression was so serious, Zichen couldn't help but laugh and said, "Senior, you are so funny. You even believe this. How would I know which came first? If you really want to know the answer, you have to ask the first chicken or the first egg, or ask the egg. However, I don't recommend you do that, because there is no point in being serious. Moreover, there is not much point in knowing. How do you know it is meaningless? What if you insist on getting the answer?" Xingdao Li asked again. "If you insist on getting the answer, then it's hard to say. There is the egg first." Zichen smiled. "Let's get down to business. If you don't even understand one, how can you possibly have both?" Xingdao Li said unhappily. Upon seeing Xingdao Li so serious that he had dug himself into a dead end, Zichen said without even thinking, "There was the chicken first." "Why?" "Because I don't like to eat eggs, and I'm quite good at roasting chicken. I like to eat chicken, so I believe that there was the chicken first." This answer obviously didn't satisfy Xingdao Li, so Zichen added, "Of course, the main reason I came to this conclusion is because I was happy." "Happy?" "Yes, just like how those other powers wanted to destroy my boundless sect, it was also because they were happy. Although I wanted to kill them to avenge my humiliation, it could also be said that I was happy and wanted to kill them. Senior, when you came to help us negotiate peace, wasn't it also because you were happy?" Nonsense. I wasn't happy, Xing Daoli said with a sullen expression. Xing Daoli said with a straight face. However, Chen's words seemed to have made him understand something. The fog in front of him seemed to have dissipated a little, but there was still a large patch of fog in front of him, making him somewhat confused. Thus he asked again, "If you say that there was a chicken first, how did the chicken come about without an egg?" He had miraculously returned to the original question. This question was very boring, but the expert was so interested in it. Chen couldn't help but guess that there was something wrong with the other party's mental state. As such, he patiently said, "The most accurate answer to this question is to ask the chicken. Ask it if it came from the egg, but I don't think it would know because it was still very young at the time and didn't have much memory. Moreover, I don't think that we have to ask the chicken because we can't find it, so I believe that the chicken came first. Even if you can prove that my point of view is wrong, I still believe that the chicken came first. Just like today, those powers felt that this was a misunderstanding and that I shouldn't have killed them. But I felt that they deserved to die, so I wanted to kill them. So I killed them because I was happy, because I wanted to, because what I said made sense." Xing Daoli's eyes began to shine, but they quickly became confused again, and he once again sank into deep thought. When Chen saw that the other party had stopped asking questions, he quietly left. He vaguely guessed that the other party was so serious that he seemed to be searching for the truth of the world. However, Chen hadn't come into contact with the rules yet, so he didn't understand this matter and just spoke his mind. Not long after, Xing Daoli's expression in the room became even more confused. The fog that had originally dissipated seemed to turn into fog in the next moment. After a long time, a voice came out from the room. "There was the chicken first." "No, the chicken came from the egg." "So there was the egg first." "No, the chicken laid the egg." "So there was the egg first." "No, could it be that there really was a chicken that didn't come from the egg first?" In the next few days, a subordinate reported to Chen that the word egg was often heard in the old ancestor's room. In response to this news, Chen only nodded. During this period, he went to see Xing Daoli a few times, but every time the other party would ask about the egg. Chen very clearly expressed his opinion, but as Xing Daoli asked again and again, Chen's opinion became somewhat uncertain. Thus, he hurriedly stopped the discussion with Xing Daoli and left to enjoy the scenery outside. Because, while chatting with Xing Daoli, Chen seemed to have sensed the existence of the rules, and this was the precursor to stepping into the Earth Yuan stage. The question of the egg had made Xing Daoli dizzy, and even Chen gradually had doubts in his heart, to the extent that it affected his Dao heart. After calming himself down, he continued to see the mountain as the mountain and the water as the water. After insisting on his opinion, Chen decided not to see Xing Daoli again. The human Yuan stage expert rushed back to the clan as quickly as possible. He was a member of the Tu clan and was at the great circle of the human Yuan stage. As soon as he returned, he announced that he wanted to see the clan head. It was actually very difficult for people of this level to see the family head normally, but because of the importance of today's matter, the first thing he did after returning was to see the family head. What? Not only did they not kill them, they were even held captive. Hearing this news, the Tu family head was furious and slammed the table, spilling the tea on the table. What exactly happened? Tell me in detail. However, he quickly suppressed his anger and asked in a deep voice. Thus, the human Yuan stage began to explain from the beginning. Those damn monks actually dared to interfere in our affairs. They must have eaten a leopard's guts. The Buddhist sect's participation made him extremely unhappy. The Buddhists brought more than 20 warriors of the Earth Origin Realm, and the ancients brought more than 30 warriors of the Earth Origin Realm. However, this is not the main reason for our defeat. The main reason is Chen. Chen, what happened to him? Could it be that he has the battle strength to fight against Earth Yuan stage practitioners? The Rin Yuan subordinate said. Not just fight. Chen's strength broke through again, reaching the great circle of the human Yuan stage. He already has the battle strength to kill Earth Yuan stage practitioners. What kill? Yes, he killed Jinling Qi with just 3 strikes and injured an Earth Yuan stage assassin with a powerful strike. However, this was not the main reason why they were held captive. Then hurry up and tell me the main reason. The two-family head finally could not hold it in any longer and was on the verge of exploding. At that time, under Zi Chen's signal, the two sides were about to fight, but an old man suddenly appeared and stopped the battle. Who is that old man? I don't know, but he had the aura of a Heaven Yuan stage practitioner. After he stopped the battle, he said that he wanted to negotiate, but Zi Chen was not willing, saying that we kept going back on our words. In the end, the old man promised that Zi Chen would agree. But Zi Chen detained our people, and also said that when you go to negotiate, bring more resources, and that he does not mind spirit liquid or Yuan liquid. The two family heads said angrily, Bah, he is looking for death and he does not mind? Dream on, he will not get any resources, and he will not be able to negotiate either. As for the Heaven Yuan stage, old man, he is just a problem, but we, the 5-element stage, have been passed down for countless years. Can't we solve this problem? He is just a Heaven Yuan stage practitioner, right? Did the old man say what his name was? He said that he was an abandoned disciple of the Wuji sect, called Li Xing or Li Dao. Oh, it was Li Daoxing. He said that he was an outer disciple of the Wuji sect.